Hey, good afternoon, everybody. Good morning, depending on where you are. Hey, good morning, afternoon, and evening. There's that. Gotta address everybody. We are an international school, so everybody's not in the same time zone. So, good morning, y'all. Afternoon. I finally did something I'm very excited about. I've been letting my feet look like I live in a cave, and because I've been scared to use polish and whatnot. So I did a little bit with my toes today. It feel nice now. We're just gonna leave it. We're not gonna do nothing extra until. Hey, thank you. Because y'all know this older self is allergic to all kinds of stuff, which is wild, but whatever. Um, and if you at work, driving, making bread, gardening, laying in the bed, and you don't got your books, it's fine. Okay? Don't worry about it. Y'all know you're on the rewatch. You can go and get whatever you need. I think this is our. Oh, how is it always? Well, maybe if you just let it dry first. Yes, I'm talking to myself because what the heck? Hey, you passed your test. Congratulations. Congratulations, Miss Angie. Hey, hey, thank you. I appreciate y'all. Congratulations, Pumpkin. Everybody I missed. Why am I? Because there's no comments on. Hey, everybody. To everybody that I missed. Hey. Okay, so look, were you live last night? Was so good. You said last night's class was so good. I don't know if it was a rewatch. It had to have been. I didn't go live last night. They showing y'all, girl. Amen. No, I did not go live last night. I chilled out and talked to my kids and all of that great stuff. Look, y'all. So if you looking like, what is that on her neck? Patches, and they on my back too, because I'm old. It's okay. Okay. So if you're wondering, I know you see them. That's what it is. Cause I woke up feeling okay, but I'm still a little achy because I'm old. You said thank you to everyone. Let's pray for me. You're welcome. Hey, y'all. I must have had some oil or something on my hand. Getting burning. Okay, so look, I'm gonna wait about 10 minutes. I got my water. I got my books. Pretty much got everything. Okay. Right. But I know y'all know I be moving around and stuff, so I already know somebody gonna ask, so I already told y'all. If they are pain reliever patches that I believe T of y'all sent. If that ain't who sent them, I'm sorry. Y'all send me all kinds of stuff. I'm just now getting to see stuff that y'all sent me 3 years ago. Don't 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 be so hard on me. I'm only one person. Please. Please. Good afternoon, Joy Joy. Good afternoon, everybody. Y'all. You said congratulations, Angie. Oh, okay. You just gave me motivation for finals this week. You got it, nephew. Yeah. But see, remember I told you I'm real frugal. So I didn't took one patch and cut it in half. And you know it come with two patches in each pouch. So I put one on my shoulders and one on this back. You said, oh, try 63. Listen, I lived a lot of life, aunties and uncles. I've been out on my own roughly since I was 11 years old, baby. I done lived a lot of life. I might only be 46 in like living years, but in trial years and stuff, no, I'm about, yeah. Hold on now. I keep telling y'all, I had to jump off the porch early, so life started for me early. Early. I done lived 100 lives, it feels like, at 46. Listen. So, do you have a pen and paper with you? Do you? If you don't, This is not for you. If you do, you know what I need you to do real quick. Okay, good job. Come on, that's my babies. All right. You know what? I got to celebrate y'all when y'all do right. Because I don't have no problem telling y'all when y'all do wrong. Let me. I got to celebrate y'all. I can't always just be fussing. Hello. You said, listen. Oh, okay. Listen. Y'all make me proud when I hear stuff like that. You because if God want to give you a message, how you gonna write it down? And sometimes your phone ain't always the best place to put it. Cause you can go back and some stuff won't be there. So on the top of your paper, I need you to write way back. Way back. Way back. Yeah. Ooh. Mm-hmm. You say, hey guys, tornadoes been on my mind a lot recently, praying for everyone. Yes. Yes. It's a lot going on. It's floods everywhere. It's a lot going on. It is. It's a ton. You hear me? Make sure y'all go around your properties with oil, right? But I think y'all been praying them houses down, but it don't hurt to do it again. No matter where you are. Me and my son, it's crazy you say that, Michael. We were talking about extreme weather. If it wasn't yesterday, it was the day before yesterday. And we were talking about what would be extreme weather where you are, right? No matter where you are in this world or country. And he was like, well, Mom, it's already hot. I said, so extreme weather wouldn't be hot for y'all. Extreme weather would be wet and cold because that would cause more damage because the dirt in Arizona is not absorbent, right? And the plant life and everything that lives there is not used to wet and then drastically, drastic temperatures change into like freezing. You know what I'm saying? So that would cause what's in the desert to die, right? Because it's used to not having a lot of water, not having this or that. Blah. And he was like, "Dang, Mama, I didn't think about that." I'm like, "Right." So extreme weather in the Western Hemisphere would be ice and water, and not just heat, because it's built for that. It's built for extreme heat and all of that stuff. So what would be the opposite of that? And if we know that we are in a time where things are not going to be what they normally are, it would make sense to think that you said it's flooded around here. You said, and I am in all the surrounding areas and still pouring rain. Come on, Niqua. I bet folks around you thought you was crazy for buying life jackets and stuff like that. No matter where you live, whether you live close to water or not. God told us a couple years ago, hey, you all need to get a floating device, a good one. And now there's 170,000 people or something like that affected by the floods, cars getting swept away. You said my daughter told me I'm glad that we got emergency stuff and that you listen to the crazy lady. So she want me to tell you. She said she love you. Tell my niece I said come on in here. I love her too. Heck no. Uh, Not thank you for listening to the crazy lady. Tell her I said, you're welcome. Okay? Because guess what? Somebody had to be crazy enough to do it. I'll take it. I'll take a little bit. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to bring my blanket in here. Somebody I got a white blanket. I think I put it under the, I think I put it under the bed. Okay. Because somebody just sent, I think it was Antoinette, sent me a soft white blanket, but I put it up because I didn't want to stain it with coffee or nothing. I got to remember where I put it. Okay, so I didn't know that this was going to turn into a small series, but I guess it is. Who remembers yesterday um, when I was telling y'all what God was showing me about my journal and then how it played into everything? And I told him, I mean, he told me to go to James. And then I had to come in here and get the books. And then in both of these books, which we didn't get to the second part of it, um, not to mention my lights went out yesterday and the light bulbs came in handy too. Ah! Okay, y'all was here for that. Right, right, right. Right, okay, good job. Because I need witnesses to everything that goes on around here. Okay, good job. Okay, so y'all was here. So he told me James, and so we read James questions to John yesterday. But the other part, now look, y'all, when I tell y'all he be messing with my mind sometimes, and I be like, this crazy, and you gonna make me go on the internet and tell people that all this, yeah, oh, okay. I just wanted to make sure I'm ready. Okay. So we were in the New Testament Apocrypha book 2 yesterday, but y'all, we didn't get to this and we were supposed to. Oh, it's this one. Oh, book 3. Hold on. Wrong one. Okay. So we didn't get a chance to get to this, but this was the rest of what we were supposed to read yesterday. But we did our class and I got off and ate and did what I had to do around the house. Y'all, the other day when I came in here looking for the journal, I mean, not the journal, but the books, remember I told y'all God had me grab a stack of books, but I didn't get a chance to get to those books. It wasn't just my journal, there was some other stuff that He had me grab, right? Who, y'all remember it, all of this is important, and I know it don't seem like it, but I promise y'all it is. So He told me to go looking for James. I go in the new books, I look for James, I get James, the questions of John, and then I get this. And I'm going to show y'all the stack of books that he had me get before we keep going because all of it makes sense. And now these books have been on my thing in my bathroom and in the middle of the floor because I was going to get to them, but I realized it wasn't until today that I was supposed to do so. So I'm gonna show y'all the books. This is the books, right? And then I'm gonna show y'all what books they are. Okay. So this is a stack of books that's been sitting in the middle of my floor or in my bathroom on my little space right there. I got a little shelf. So when I'm studying in the bathroom, I bring everything in there or I set it right outside the door. So that's where they've been because then he took me down the rabbit hole. He took me down yesterday with my journals and the times and the dates and just how that holds. So I didn't get a chance to get to it. I understand why today. Okay. So, first book, Prince of Darkness. He told me to grab it. This was had to be 2 or 3 days ago. The Genesis Conspiracy, The Coming World Dictator, The Atlas of Empires, y'all, and the Collins Atlas of the Bible. These are all the hair on my body is standing up. These are the books that he told me to grab. Okay? Y'all with me? Y'all with me, right? Now, again, this stack of books been sitting there because he took me down another rabbit hole yesterday. But he didn't tell me to put these back, so they were still there. Y'all, James, remember that. Remember James. Don't forget James. Just write James on your paper. We were in James yesterday, right? I had another part that we were supposed to read. We didn't get to it. Okay? The Epistle of James and Quadratus or Quadratus is what we were supposed to read yesterday in book 3 of the NTP. Niqua, stay with me, baby. Stay with me. I need y'all to say way back. I need you to say way back. If you can say way back, I'll be real happy. Just say way back. Way back. Way back. I was in there like this. This is kind of crazy, but I'm going to tell the peoples. You said I was motivated to get the Atlas Bible Older Edition last week. Okay. Okay. Who remembers yesterday was about God revealing what had already been taken care of, and how he told me was because of the dates and times and specific things is how I knew it was tailored to a certain situation in the past. I ran it down for y'all. 626. This, that, da, 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 da. It's 626. It's about to be 626, and all of this. Right? Right. So I've been on the internet, but I haven't been on the internet. Okay? I've been on the internet, but not like I used to be where I'm looking and searching and I ain't did nothing. Okay? If something come across my FYP, I see it. That it is what it is. It ain't been my mind ain't been on how it was 3 years ago. I ain't gonna hold you. It's a lot going on. We just gonna worry about it later. Okay. Okay. Good. Okay. So, again, 2 or 3 days ago, he told me to go get this stack of books. Then get my journal. Blase skip. Do y'all know what's supposed to be happening today on Friday that I didn't find out until last night? That I didn't know about until last night? Tell me. What's supposed to, it's a big thing that's supposed to be happening today. The peace treaty, Monica. All the freaking hair on my body is standing up. He told me to go get these books. I didn't even know until last night. But these books had already been sitting in my floor 1 or 2 days prior to me finding out yesterday. Are you listening to me? The night that I did not come back on, that I told you I came in here and I sat and I looked around and I was straightening up the house and just talking to God, He gave me a specific set of books to go and get along with the journal. And then Thursday, because today's, or excuse me, Wednesday, okay, he says, "Oh, I didn't know if you knew. I was already telling you what was about to be on and popping this week." So Thursday or Friday, okay, they're supposed to be signing this 7 day peace treaty or whatever else it is, 7 year whatever. Excuse me. Now I came in here looking for Nostradamus, and I looked and I said, "Well, maybe I'm supposed to get it, but just not right now because I didn't find it. It's okay. It's in here somewhere. Just my eyes be working the way that they want to. So we just gonna leave it, right? We're not done, y'all. When I say mind blowing, I just need you to remember way back in James. Way back in James. Okay, here we go. Who remembers how old I was when I told y'all this book, when I got the first copy of it? Who remembers? It's very important. Close, Joy. Close. Very, very close. Up a little bit. No. 15. 14 or 15. It was 1994. No, 1995. I was 15. I was 15. 15. 15. I'm asking y'all. I had to remember. It was 15 because it was 1995 because it was right before I got pregnant with my son. So, 15. Okay? I was 15. What in 1995 I was 15. Anybody know how old I am today? 46. So 31 years ago, God saw us together right now when He handed me this book. I'm going to say that again. 31 years ago, around this same time, way back, Joy, because I left in May, April or May, and I didn't see my mama again until like the end of July, beginning of August, because I had to go back to school. I was gone to a whole nother side of the country. She didn't even know I was over there until she knew. My brother Kyle, he said, "You know she down here, right?" She like, who? It's your daughter. Not 17, about 16, 1700 miles away she is. Yeah, she here. Y'all been looking for her? Well, we knew she was somewhere. Mm, it's fine. Don't worry about it. It's fine. She okay? She okay? Oh, okay. Oh, oh, okay. It's time for me to go, nigga. Gotta go, gotta go. You hear me? And then when I came back, she was like, "Girl, you know how we do around here. Don't act like you don't know." So, way back when, in 1995, if you have this book, I need you to go to page 232. Now, I don't know I know we got different page numbers. So, the header of this is the intelligence and police network of the prince. But we're not going to read all of that. That's the heading. So, I don't know what and it's in chapter 14. It's in chapter 14. So, whatever your chapter 14 is, and then where it says what did I just say? Sorry, y'all. Well, just go because we're gonna read a couple different things. But the economic system of the Antichrist is where I need y'all to be. Okay, y'all over here. Can I just read it? Is that okay? Can we just do that? Because I want to show y'all something. I'm just gonna go. Ooh, that's not it. Actually, sorry. I gave y'all the wrong one. 233. But we are on two. Okay, so we are on 232, but only for the last sentence. Actually, up at the top. I'm sorry, I gave y'all the wrong thing. Here we go. So it says access to these of every American and Canadian. Oh, I'm sorry. Ooh, 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 ooh. I didn't want to read all of this. Okay, we're just going to do it. Governments to share privileged police intelligence files with other governments in an attempt to apprehend these fugitives. They was trying to make it about criminals, but we know that's not what it's for. From justice. However, the loss of privacy for the average citizen has been tremendous. Today, any authorized national government agency can tap into the internal intelligence. I'm sorry, international y'all sorry, the International, slow down, Circa, the International Intelligence and Police Computer Information Network to access the complete files on any citizen. Y'all pray for me. I don't know what's going on. Pray for my eyes. They have total access to the criminal and immigration records of every American and Canadian citizen. Access to these files will someday make it relatively easy for the Antichrist police to track down anyone who refuses to take the mark of the beast system. I'm sorry, y'all. Pray for my eyes. Here we go. Sound familiar? Sound relevant to right now? Is that relevant to right now or no? AI now can read all of our emails, all of our texts, read our face, and there's a database put together. Okay, okay, here we go. I'm sorry. Here we go. Now, now we're going over to page 233. I'm sorry, y'all. And y'all got to bear with me. My eyes are doing a crazy, crazy thing. And just, it's a lot going on over here. And I can't really explain it. So I'm just trying to go with it. So I'm stumbling over words. And it's a lot going on with my eyes. And just bear with me, y'all. Okay? Here we go. Now we at the top of 233. Thank you. It says the rise in wealth plus continuing inflation has produced over a million millionaires in the USA. Okay, now mind you, this book was written in 1993 or 1994. Okay, they had to gather all the information, so they probably were working on this since maybe 1989. Who knows? Okay, here we go. It says by 1989, more than 21 thousand Americans were worth more than 10 million each. In fact, it takes a net worth of at least 20 million to be considered truly rich in the 1990s. Mm. Forbes magazine lists the 400 richest people in the world each year. The magazine estimates the average wealth of those 400 amounts to a staggering 500 million each. Much of their wealth was earned in the frantic real estate and stock market boom during the last decade. Prior to his arrest, Michael Milliken allegedly acquired over 550 million in ill-gotten gains in a single year. The rich get richer and the poor get poorer is still true. While the richest Americans have continued to grow richer every year, the poor have watched their true take-home pay drop every year for the last decade. Does that sound familiar? Right now. Okay. I need you to say way back. Way back. Uh-oh. Okay. Mm-mm-mm. Uh, James, James, James commented on this situation. Come now, you rich. Weep and howl for your miseries that are coming upon you. Your riches are corrupted, and your garments are moth eaten. Your gold and silver are corroded, and their corrosion will be a witness against you and will eat your flesh like fire. You have heaped up treasure in the last days. James 5 1 through 3. This prophecy indicates that gold and silver will cease to be the ultimate safety net for wealth as they have served so often in the past. It is possible that the Prince of Darkness will make possession of gold and silver illegal. This may form part of his plan to introduce a new monetary system that will assure his sorry, totalitarian, totalitarian, sorry, totalitarian. I don't know why I get twisted every time I say that. Control of society. The governments of the world hate gold. I'm sorry, yeah, hate gold and silver. During the 1930s, the Roosevelt administration made gold bullion ownership illegal. It is probable that the New World government will outlaw gold and silver to force people to use the new cashless electronic financial instruments. In the Great Tribulation, only those who carry the mark of the beast will be able to buy and sell. What? Can you say way back with me? Can you? Joy, like the place where Annalise lives right now. What is it now? 6 weeks, right? Does it make more sense that God had her come in here and tell us that, and then they about to sign the peace treaty right after? Technically, somebody said they already signed it. They're gonna do a formal signing already. Somebody, when I saw on TikTok, said it's already been signed. They're just gonna do the, you know, so the world can see it. Now, where else have we seen that in recent past? Where where have we seen that recently? Tell me. Something happened recently, and the same thing happened, and the results were uh the heifers. Hmm. And that resulted in people being misled, right? It's so crazy. They wrote that book at a time when the country was at its best financially, all the while predicting the future of the country and its downfall. Ooh, nephew, come on in with the temple dedication. Come on, come on. Are y'all pulling it in? Are y'all feeling this? Again, 31 years ago, God saw all of us right here. Do you believe it? When I was on a bus from one state to another, 15 years old, no cell phone, no ID, no nothing, God saw all of us sitting right here together, living in this moment. He knew, listen, way back when he knew we was going to be right here living through this moment together. He knew it. And it's wild. Part of his plan. Okay, here we go. Let's keep going. Da, 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 da. It says, Jesus warned them, do not lay up for yourselves treasures on earth where moth and rust destroy and where thieves break in and steal. Matthew 6:19. In his statement, Christ warned men to carefully consider where we invest our treasures. It is only those things we have. It is only those things we have accomplished for God that will be waiting for us in heaven. Additionally, Christ's words remind us that earthly riches will have little value during the rule of the Antichrist. In that terrible period, Revelation prophesies that the great men and the rich men will hide themselves in the caves and in the rocks of the mountains. They will cry out, hide us from the face of him that sits on the throne and from the wrath of the Lamb. For the great day of his wrath is come, and who is able to stand? Now, do y'all remember what we read yesterday in James? In that part of James that we read, that the people that are on the side of torment, that know what they are going to have to go to, they're saying the same thing. They don't want God to come right now. They want him to wait and hold on and be trying to hide and whatever else. Isn't that crazy? That they don't, well, some of them might know that the same thing is laid up for them as soon as they get to the chasm that we read about yesterday. So that feeling doesn't even leave them when they die. It's literally waiting for them on the other side. Hello. So they're going to leave this feeling and go right into the feeling that we read about yesterday. Hiding in bunkers. Mm-hmm. What y'all think? You're welcome. We're not even done yet. I said, wait, whoa, hold on. Okay. Okay. He shall cause them to rule over many and divide the land for gain. He shall cause them to rule over many and divide the land for gain. Not just here in the Mediterranean. What was Gaza leveled for? Please tell me. Do you know? Anybody know? What do they want to do in Gaza? Hey, tell me what they want to do. What do they want to do there? They want to make resorts on part of the land, and they are asking the world powers to come and buy pieces of Gaza so that they can build up the city, right? And they only invited the rich people, not the people that used to occupy the land. All the rich powers of the world to come and build whatever they want there, luxury condos, the golf courses, and the like hotels, right? No, right? That's what all of those people were killed for, starved out for. That's what they want to do there. They showed us in the video. Remember? Yeah, that's what they want to do. Okay, we got to get that point because it's important. I need y'all to think of. Okay, are y'all here with me? Okay, this is very important. History repeats itself. I'm about to show you. Okay, here we. Okay, here we go. Ooh wee. Mm-mm-mm. In his ingenious plans to reform the world's economy, the Antichrist will win great popularity with his plans to redistribute the wealth of society. What's been happening now? And let me show you how they be planting words. In the black community right now, there's a phrase, it's not a boycott, it's a wealth transfer. Yes or no? Anybody seen it? It's not a boycott, it's a wealth transfer. Y'all seen it? Talking about going into the shops and this and that. Interesting choice of words in this moment, in this time. Listen now. Mm-mm-mm. I said, oh, hold on. Wait. I said, wait a minute. That's right now. That is right now. That's happening right now. It said, in his ingenious plans to reform the world's economy, the Antichrist will win great popularity with his plans to redistribute the wealth of society. Early in this century, the communists won initial popularity in their promises to divide the land of the rich to distribute it to peasants. The rise of democratic socialism in Europe has prepared the masses for the promises of the coming world dictator to divide the land for gain. A growing sense of entitlement in the citizens of the West is setting the stage for the economic system of the Antichrist. Is that not something that's going on right now? It's a lot of entitlement in the West. And people come from the West and go to other places and feel like because they are from a certain place, they can go to any place and do whatever they want, act a fool, act crazy. Interesting. Hello. Is that not interesting to you? Okay. The prophet Daniel says that the price of darkness will amass great, I'm sorry, the prince of darkness will amass great riches through his total domination of the economies of the nations under his control. His greed will surpass the bounds of previous historical experience. His military conquest will produce massive amounts of captured treasures. He shall have power over the treasures of gold and silver and over all the precious things of Egypt. Also, the Libyans and the Ethiopians shall follow at his heels. Daniel 11 and 43, it says, and through his cunning he shall cause deceit to prosper under his hand, and he shall magnify himself in his heart. He shall destroy many in their prosperity. Sound familiar? And we know he's a puppet. We know that he's a puppet. But does that sound familiar? Are you seeing this spirit that we just read about in the world right now today? And not just in one person. Yeah. Okay. Mm-mm-mm. Here we go. The world's most exclusive and private club of international power brokers meets secretly 10 times a year in Basel, Switzerland. These men are the most powerful leaders in the world of international finance. They meet here to plan adjustments to the world's money supply, interest rates, and credit for all nations. Interesting. The Bank of International Settlements, the BIS, was established in 1930 to oversee World War I reparation payments, interesting, from Germany. It quickly became the safest depository of the gold bullion of the various European banks. Since 1945, the BIS, which controls more than 40 billion in cash, has become the central clearinghouse for European currencies and gold bullion. Hello. Their elite membership is composed of the governors of the Federal Reserve Bank, the Bank of England, the Bank of Japan, the Swiss National Bank, and the German Bundesbank. I believe that's how you say that. Over 10% of the world's foreign exchange is controlled by this single institution. The BIS holds as much gold as Fort Knox. This small group of anonymous financial leaders use this staggering amount of wealth to trigger the reoccurring recessions, booms, and busts affecting the world economy. Relevant? to right now? Okay. Tell me if our head of this place has met with the Federal Reserve, anybody in England, Japan, Switzerland, and Germany. If you can, go look up if they have had any dealings with the Federal Reserve, anything to do with England, anything to do with Japan, anything to do with Switzerland, and anything to do with Germany in the last 2 years. Please. If there were any meetings publicly, okay, can you go look it up and write down the dates for those places? Right. Thank you. Those places that I name, if you got to rewind it back, you know you can rewind it. I'll be right back. What y'all got? What y'all find? You said those entities are privately owned. That's why the extremely wealthy file families get to make decisions about the money. Okay. Thank you. What y'all find? Oh, it is a little chilly. I'm grateful for it though. I'm grateful to have to put a blanket on right now. China, Japan, Germany, and the US has recently, interesting. Wasn't he arguing with the chairman or something of the Federal Reserve early on? Didn't he try to like, because he kept saying we don't got the money or something like that? Or was that the Treasury person? He said Germany 326, China 426, and you couldn't find the financial meeting. That's okay. We're just looking at something. What about Japan? Has he been in Switzerland? lately in the last 2 years? Japan 1025. Okay. Okay. It's interesting. I'm just trying to see something. So we got 326 for China, 426, Japan 1025. Okay. He was in England in 426. Interesting. So all of these places he visited within 7 months or so. He was in so he was in Switzerland in January. Interesting. He did all of this traveling right after they sacrificed the heifers to these specific places. Y'all think that's a coincidence? Do you? We about to go in. Just give it a minute. Okay. All right. Maybe I should try using the reading part of my glasses, but it seemed like it make it worse. All right. Duh, 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 sa, sa, sa. They are one of the little known but very significant international institutions that are preparing the integration of the world economy in preparation for the coming new world order. I'm going to say that again. They are very little known, but very significant international institutions that are preparing the integration of the world economy in preparation for the coming New World Order. Interesting. Another major financial institution, the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development in London, is led by Jacques Attali. Interesting. An enormously powerful French banker. He has written 15 books, including his latest provocative theses, Millennium Winners and Losers in the Coming World Order. Can I ask you a question really quickly? Have you heard the statement, we are winning, anytime lately in the last decade? And you're a loser. They're losers. Have you heard that in the last 2 years? Oh my goodness. We just thinking these words is just words whole time. Oh, okay. All right. In his book, Atali strongly argues that world power is shifting inexorably. Can you tell me what inexorably means, please? What does inexorably mean? Hmm. Inexorably. What does that mean? Inexorably. What does it mean? In a way that is relentless, unyielding, and impossible to stop or change. Relevant? Mm. You can't separate from it. it's going to happen. Does it sound familiar? You have people that are praying against all that is happening. And what is it? You got Christians praying against all of this stuff. But is this not foretold in the word that every single thing that we are seeing is God's will to happen? He came here. That's fine. Either way, they got together. So are they praying against the will of God when they do that? When they say God wouldn't let that happen and it's already been foretold that it will, are they telling the truth? God can stop it, but why would he when he told us it was going to happen? Does it matter how much people pray against the temple being put up? Did it matter about people praying against the sacrifice of the heifers? Does it matter that someone prayed against this treaty? So you're praying against something that God already told you has to happen in order for you to go to heaven, in order for you to go to New Jerusalem. You're praying against God's will because he said all of these things have to happen in order for me to come back. Do we like what's happening? Absolutely not, but God told us it would. So when people are praying against the things that are happening, they are praying against God's will. God said in the last days it would just be just like the days of Noah. Do we know for a fact that God sent the angels to turn men against each other and there was murder and bloodshed everywhere? Do we know this? T. Even in our suffering, Dad had everything planned, and that's why he says, uh, "Tell me where we will be in heaven if you follow me." Okay, interesting, right? Do you see the spirit of civil war rising up? Not just in America; it's everywhere, on every continent and island. It's between sects of people. It's between governments. Okay, so exactly what we read about in Enoch and in Jasher and probably in the Jubilees as well, we are literally seeing it happen as we speak right now. Okay, right now. Listen, In his book, I read that, inexorably toward the new rising economic alliances. He says that Europe and Japan may supplant the United States as the chief superpowers fighting for global economic supremacy. Now, can you tell me the definition of supplant? You said this is the last column. People are choosing to ignore the loud sirens going off. They think thinking they have time to take the place of position or role of someone or something else, often through force, scheming, or the introduction of superior alternative. Interesting. To wrongfully or strategically displace someone to take their place, often through deceit or underhanded means. It derives from the Hebrew word meaning to seize by the heel or to trip up the heels. To take the place of, supersede, or replace someone or something. How detailed do y'all think God gets about to bust your head to the white meat? All the way to the white meat. How detailed do y'all think? Very detailed. Can you tell me what the name Jacques means? The very name, who they talking about in here? Huh? Can you tell me what the name Jacques, Jacques, tell me what it means. To supplant? Y'all didn't pick that up? Did you put it in your basket? God was so detailed that the person that was talking about supplanting the world governments, his name literally means to supplant, to take by force, to trick, to deceive. What? Yes. Are y'all seeing this? Are, you right? It's right here. You said the mayor of the city I used to work in. His name is Jacques. Detailed enough for you? Known about this book for 30 years and didn't realize that every time I read it until today. So the man in the 90s that was trying to go ahead and push the New World Order, which is one person having control over everybody, what? Also means Jacob. Exactly. Tell me that's not crazy. You think I picked him for the role? Literally, his name means what he was sent here to do. I mean, I'm just saying. Do you see it? The man that plans on supplanting the world's names, his name means supplant. I just don't know if you see it. That's wild. But we ain't done. Let's keep going. I know y'all like whatever. Okay, they want global stewardship. Here we go. Um Atali claims the two new powers, a European sphere stretching from London to Moscow. Did y'all know that London and Russia was cool? So their financial ties, the the Bank of London now has ties in Moscow. The leader has ties in Moscow. Met with the man of London and the man of Japan. Okay. And the Swiss, we know if you want to hide some money, we know where you take it. Interesting. And who is puppeteering the leader? Is. So is puppeteering the leader who is in cool with Moscow and the people over in London. And interesting. Um I'm gonna just skip through here. He argues that few countries will voluntarily surrender their sovereignty and transfer their power to a world government. In discussing the continuing international summits as an embryonic form of the coming world order, he claims that the world government may be imposed by committees of self appointed experts or by obscure cabals. What did we get earlier this year? Instead of the G7, there's something else now. What is it called? Joy. Tell me what it's called. You said you said 47 million came to a 300 billion reconstruction fund today. Interesting. Interesting. Is that the internal revenue? What is it called? There's another committee that was put together in the last 2 years that is supposed to rival, excuse me, not well the G7 or the United Nations. What's it called? Right now? I think it happened at the beginning of this year. Hello? The border peace? Hello? Is that not self-governed? The border peace that you could pay to get into? That's a self-governing body. No? And that organization, that body of people, was put together to go against the United Nations and the G7 for the most part. Interesting. And there's nobody above them to rule over them. So the founder of the Board of Peace has now signed the false peace treaty deal, right? Has he kept his word about any of the peace that he said he was going to bring thus far? Interesting. Okay. All right. Can I ask you a question? Do most of the people in our leadership right now practice Kabbalistic uh ritual worship? And if you don't know what that is, go look it up. But most of them read out of the Cabal. Did you know? Go look up Kabbalistic practices, and then just think about what you've seen in our news and stuff. Interesting. It's destruction and chaos. What else y'all find? They play with the KACAKHA So I don't know if they got this behind or what. Ooh, they didn't slowed us down, I think. What y'all got? They are definitely slowing us down. That's wild. What are Kabbalistic practices? I feel like they got me way, like got y'all way behind in what's the name? Because I'm seeing answers to questions from a long time ago. That's interesting. Are we froze over here? You said buying land and properties and businesses. I'm talking about their as far as their religious properties. Oh yeah, they got this way. They playing with us in real life, in real time. That's crazy. So half of the class might be 30 minutes behind or 20 minutes behind or 10 minutes behind. We don't even know. I don't like that. What y'all got? What? You said, hey, every time I try to watch you, YouTube tell me to verify my age because the information in these videos contains information from the Vatican archives. Let me take not what? That's why we can't get no more subscribers. What? You said every time I try to put something down, it would erase it. Not that we come with a disclaimer for real now. Uh-huh. Kabbalistic is the mystical tradition within Judaism. Yes, that's what we're looking for. It's deleting the comments. Right, girl. Right. Don't be telling people once they hear you. So well, we got this in the archives at the Vatican. Right, Brianna. You said I got kicked off twice. Two times just heard you ask the question. God said, "Oh, I done gave you some mysteries." What? You said it did it again this morning, trying to watch the live from last night. The show The Blacklist has the cabal as a low key type of government group, very under the radar and running secret missions outside and within the U.S. That's exactly who they are, nephew. That's exactly who they are. That's exactly who we just described. Sure is. You said, listening. You said Google listening because when I searched the vocabulary word, be there already before I finished two letters. Jewish mystical methods designed to deepen spiritual awareness, refine character, and influence both physical and divine realms. Interesting. You said you've been freezing up a lot. Interesting. They use amulets, incantations, and divine names to alter worldly and celestial realities. Would you say that bringing about the Antichrist would be a divine way to alter worldly and celestial realities? Right. Right. Holiday. Would you say that's a way? Yeah. Oh, okay. Okay. All right. Can you say way back? You said they said you're a problem auntie. They don't want people knowing the truth. Oop, I told y'all that when we got over here from the beginning. That's how I know them niggas been in my house. Wouldn't be surprised if what's going on with my because for my ear to go back out again, honey. Come on. I'm not crazy. I told y'all I felt like somebody was under my car and then went get attack my car, honey. Listen, it ain't no listen. Listen, I'm trying to tell y'all what I know, what I know, what I know, what I know, what I know. You hear me? The crazy lady and the crazy followers. That part. Listen, it is what it is around here. Thank you, Jesus. Mm-hmm. It is what it is. This ain't for information. Ain't for everybody. I told y'all that in the beginning of this, didn't I? I said this ain't for everybody. It might not be your taste, but guaranteed you this. I don't want to go no other way. Thank you, Dad. Here we go. All right. Uh. Mm, mm, mm. Sorry, y'all. I'm trying to. Okay, here we go. The next thing. It says the secret elite leadership moving us inexorably toward the Fourth Reich of the Antichrist. That's what I wanted to the totalitarian y'all know what I mean. The totalitarian. I don't know why I get so stuck. Whatever. World government is being imposed by obscure cabals, the secret elite leadership, moving us inexorably toward the Fourth Reich of the Antichrist. Y'all been hearing the Fourth Reich anywhere? I don't know why that word. I get tongue tied every time I read it. It's a couple others. It is what it is. Mm. Is it? Y'all been hearing it or no? Have you? Y'all been hearing the Fourth Reich? Any of those words mean anything to you right now? Raise your hand if in the last year you've been hearing that. Anybody? How would they know that what was in 1993 4 5? How would they know that we would be dealing with the Fourth Reich in 2026? Tell me. In 1993, 1994, before this book came out, how did this person know that we would be dealing with the Fourth Reich in 2026? Right after the world leader met with Japan, the Swiss folks, London, the Federal Reserve, and whoever else I said in there. How did they know that? To the T too. And even the words, again, wealth transfer, uh, come on, it could be. Because this man is supposed to be a Christian. So God could have told him. But does it make you think about how much information that God gave us It was relevant to them, but it was also relevant for right now. Okay, because I told y'all this book has been in and out of my life for the last 31 years. And every single time that God had me pick it up, it was relevant to something that was going on at that time. I got this book in 1995. It talked about the Twin Towers and Osama bin Laden. And then in 2001, when I picked it up, it made sense. It talked about anthrax in here. And I read all about that in 1995. And then in 2001, it all became a reality. Them talking about the New World Order. It was 10 years after the original Bush said it. He said it um September 11th, 1991, and it was accomplished on September 11th, 2001. 10 years to the day. And that's when we start having to check the airports, and you got to do all this stuff because they don't know if you a terrorist and all of this. So all of it, even then, I read it about it in 1995, but then that even became a reality in 2001. Okay. Now, here I am, this book given to a 15-year-old child on a bus, on a Greyhound from the middle of the country to the West Coast. Okay. At 46, stuff is still relevant and makes 2026 feel real good in a sense because God told us what was going to happen already. Down to the T, down to the words that would be used, the phrases that would be popular at that time. Winners and losers, wealth transfer, dividing of the land, supremacy. He even told us the meetings that just happened from October of last year or September of last year until now. He told us if you got this book, how many years you had it. However long you had this book, okay? He told you the plan for the meetings that hadn't even happened yet. If you bought this in 2022, 2023, 2023, 2024, guess what? He told you about the wealth transfer. He told you that when this certain person came in power, they was going to start selling off the land. We know that that's happening. Okay? Before things started to happen, he gave you the playbook. Okay? But this has been way in line before Hitler. Learned that yesterday. They have a mutually beneficial understanding. Come on. Here we go. It says Babylon was the world's first great military, political, and financial power in the days of Nimrod, the son of Cush. Now, the gate that he wants to build, does it not look like the gate of Babylon? The 250-foot tall gate thing, it looks almost, well, very similar to the gates of Babylon, does it not? It absolutely does. Okay. Just, yeah. Do you think that our leader is trying to be a great military, political, and financial power in the last days? Do you see that happening right now? Are we using finances and military power to remove power from other world leaders? Is that happening right now? Before it was everybody just govern their own country and don't mess with nobody. But right now it is no, we want to rule over everybody. And we will use tariffs or our military to do so. Right? We're either going to affect your economy or we're going to drop bombs on your head. Yes or no? Hmm? That's what's happening right now. He just said it the other day. You just seen something about a house trust. Huh? Right before class. Okay. Here we go. The son of Cush. Why is that name important right now? Who has a name similar to that right now? Jared Kushner. Tell me how old Jared Kushner is, please. He's 45. Okay. So when he was 14 or 15 years old, they knew that his name would be mixed up in all of this because who's making the deals? It's not Trump. Who's doing it? Jared Kushner is making the deals for them. He's the broker for Gaza. If you want to invest, you got to talk to Jared Kushner about investing in what they're going to do in Gaza. If you go and look at him at all the political meetings, he always standing off to the back, just like them. So God didn't tell us Kushner, but he did tell us that in the last days it was going to be just like it was. Nimrod's city buildings was going to show up somewhere. There was going to be somebody that might be have either stole the name or in the line of Cush. Okay, look at this now. The grandson of Noah. What did God tell us it was going to be in the last days? It was going to be like what? The days of who? Simple. The days of Noah. So we got Cush, we got Nimrod, and we got Noah. Now we know in the days of Noah, it was genetic mutation, it was artificial intelligence, and all of these things. Okay? Worship of demons, worship of idols, worship of wealth, worship of lascivious, everything. Okay? So right now, it's this is the chapter on revival of the wealth of ancient Babylon. And we're seeing it because all of the people that support a certain group of people, their material wealth and financial wealth literally has skyrocketed in the last 3 years, prior to the election and after. Okay? And all of these people practice Kabbalistic worship. They practice the Kabbalah. They practice Judaism. Okay? Remember, all of these people became Jews. Don't forget that. Recently, in the last 10 years or a little before, they all became or transitions, whatever you call it, to Judaism. Yes, Trump did. They called him the first Jewish president. He did. That's how they gave him the thing, the Prince of Peace. 2016 and 2020. Make sure you pay attention to those dates when it. Yeah. Here we go. Okay. The geographical area has always been a center of opposition to God, beginning with Nimrod's pagan idolatry, the Tower of Babel, the Babylonian Empire of Nebuchadnezzar. And the Babylonian Empire of Nebuchadnezzar. Its wealth was beyond anything the world has ever experienced before or since. Interesting. The walls of Babylon were over 30 stories high and extended 56 miles in circumference. Gold and silver were common due to its enormous wealth. Does this sound familiar to what's happening right now in our days? Tell me who are the 10 richest people in the world right now. And tell me if 4 years ago they were that rich. What was their wealth 4 years ago? And what is their wealth today? The four wealthiest people on the planet, tell me what their net worth was 4 years ago. So 2022 or 2021, and then 2026. What y'all got? Who are the four richest people? And what was their net worth 4 years ago, and what is it today? They is really playing with this live, y'all. This I know. Jewish people kidnapped and sacrificed children to use their blood in religious rituals. Yes, they did. Who we got? Hello. Y'all find it? I cannot believe they say we got stuff that's in the Vatican. I wonder what it is. Do y'all wonder what it is? On the side note, Elon Musk, 1.4 trillion, 2026 versus 195 billion in 2024. Interesting. Interesting. Two, you said Elon 1.2, then 219. Okay, high risk. We're looking up the four wealthiest people, what they were worth in 2022 and what they are worth today. Busy, busy. Larry Page, how much is he worth, Pumpkin? That's that old white man. Oh, okay. Here we go. You said Arnott Bernard, 2024, 233 billion, Musk 195 billion, Bezos 195, Zuckerberg 177, 2022 he was 839 billion, Page was 269 billion, 237 billion, and 269 billion. So that's right now in 2026. Interesting. These okay. You good. Okay. So we know that it's some folks that increased in wealth drastically in the last 4 years. Those are also people that have been tied to a lot of what's going on just right now with elections around the world, commerce, right? Right? They're tied to all the commerce. This is who is saying put sanctions on them and that's commerce. That's trade. That's how the world moves around. Okay? We know that these people right here, those four people, are involved in all of that. Everything that's going on now, from the AI to the food to everything, there to how stuff is moving, what gets bought, they're part of that right now. And their material wealth or their wealth was not if they was rich, but they wasn't rich like they was just right now when the world is struggling. So what we read in the beginning of this, that the richer are getting richer and the poorer are getting poorer, is that true? Are you seeing it? And these people all worship the same gods and live the same lives as the people in Babylon did. The people in Babylon believed in ritualistic child abuse. They believed in eating folks. They believed in mama sleeping with sons, sleeping with daughters, sleeping with cousins. They believed in wild orgy parties. They believed in opulence and everything elegant and expensive. This was their life. Do we see that in these people? They're all tied to EpiPen. Most of these people have been to that island or been at parties with EpiPen, yes or no? And we already know what he about. Yes, Riz. Okay. Okay. All right. It says the Bible foretold that Babylon would rise again in the last days to become a center of the Antichrist satanic power in the Middle East. In Isaiah 14 and 25, the prophet described the defeat of the Antichrist under his prophetic title, the Assyrian. Babylon occupied the same geographical territory as Assyria. Jeremiah 50 to 52 prophesied the military rise and fall of Babylon, Iraq. These prophecies about Saddam Hussein's military defeat were analyzed in my book, The Messiah. Jeremiah's vision was fulfilled during the incredible events of the war in the Gulf, exactly as Jeremiah foretold 25 centuries ago. However, Jeremiah, Isaiah, and the book of Revelation together prophesied that the ancient city of Babylon will be rebuilt as one of the capitals of the Antichrist during the Great Tribulation. It says in my book, I include a diagram of the rebuilt city illustrating that Iraq has invested over 800 million in its rebuilding program. Hussein, listen to this now, is building palaces and hotels next to ancient ruins. What do they want to do in Gaza? I saw that. Land for resorts, build luxury golf courses next to ancient ruins. Palestine used to be called what? He said different groups and political leaders have sharply conflicting visions for Gaza's future, ranging from complete demilitarization and reconstruction to permanent occupation and mass displacement. Okay. Palestine used to be called what? Yeah. Where did they get the name Palestine? The Philistines, the land of Philistia. Who are the Philistines? The Philistines, the Philistines, the giants. So the giants, the Philistines, the Philistines, hello, is where we get the word Palestine. So during the Gulf War, we know for a fact giants lived in Iraq, don't we? Iraq, Ur. We know for a fact because Nimrod helped build those cities as well, right? Iraq and Ur, Iran and Iraq. Iran was the first. Iraq was the first war. The second one is Iran, Ur, and Iraq. So the same thing, what happened when that happened when we went over there, They was trying to build hotels and stuff over ancient sites. It's happening again right now. Both places, giants lived. Both places, the Hebrews suffered at the hands of these people. Yes or no? The people that lived in those lands hated God. The original inhabitants. Yes or no? They were idol worshippers. People who sacrificed to children. I mean, children to their deities. Okay? Why would the world leaders want to take over those two places? For sure. And build buildings. Hello now. Excuse me. On ancient ruins. Why would they want to do that? If the Antichrist is here, which we know he is, if the spirit of Lucifer is working through these people, do you think that there is a specific reason why he wants to rebuild on ancient ruins and in those places? Come on, T. Power. Because Lucifer is hopping in and out of these bodies. He remembers what Aruk and were in the way back when. Come on, energy harvesting. Come on. Remember, he was there to see it. He knows the spirits, the giants, the monsters, the witches, the warlocks, and how much power was in those places. He knows how much blood has been shed at certain sites. Because a lot of the ancient altars were built to him and to his nieces and nephews. He could probably tell you how many people died in those spaces because he was here for it. You said it's like the more blood was shed, the more power the site, the more powerful the site is. All the people that died in Gaza, the babies, the old people, think it was to charge the space, to spiritually charge the space. The misery, the groaning, the hunger, the calling out, the all of that was to charge the space. Because what's supposed to happen there? A spiritual battle. You said there is ley lines there as well. But think about that. In those valleys right there is where we are going to see Armageddon, parts of it. Hello. So those places with the bloodshed are being spiritually charged. Supernaturally. It is not a coincidence that they are specifically targeting places that they are. Because the spirit that is running through them was here when it was at its glory. Hello? The spirit that is about to come to the forefront was here for every single one of those rises and falls. The same way we can remember our heydays and our glory days, Lucifer and his brothers, remember when they were worshipped at the height of whatever it was, when magic was running through, and warlocks and witches was bringing clouds, and oh, he ain't forgot. They just got new bodies. But the devastation and destruction that they planned on way back then, they haven't quit trying it. Crazy, right? If you got page 238, I'm just going to read this right here. Oh, really quickly. Sorry. Saddam has allowed the resumption of an annual Babylonian festival. Now, this was in 1994 or 5, with 2,500 international guests honoring the ancient pagan gods of Mesopotamia. President Hussein is deeply involved in witchcraft and occult practices. Listen to this. During the war in the Gulf, he brought pagan witch doctors from Africa to predict the future of the war. He has also allowed several satanic groups to establish themselves in the city. Did y'all know that that was happening during the Iraqi war? Because I didn't. And we just learned, some of us, that our government uses the same techniques. They get high ranking witches and warlocks to tell them which way the world was going to go. Hitler did the same thing. Did you know? Because I didn't. Well, I read this book, but that part skipped over my mind, or it wasn't relevant until just right now. So when we say that these spaces are being spiritually charged, does that make more sense? You said so everyone consoling with the African witches. Come on. Queen Elizabeth the First, like back then, did the same thing. Did she? Didn't know. But it makes sense. Didn't know. Ain't that crazy? I learned this just a few months ago because the word magistrate got the same 4 letters as magi. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And and magus and right. Hello. Ain't that crazy? Yeah, that's what it said. It says, but Babylon will not survive. The prophet John had this to say about her destruction. The merchants of these things who became rich by her will stand at a distance for fear of her torment, weeping and wailing. And they threw dust on their heads and cried out, weeping and wailing, and saying, alas, alas, the great city in which all who had ships on the sea became rich by her wealth. For in 1 hour she is made desolate. Interesting. Okay. For nation will rise against nation and kingdom against kingdom, and there will be famines, pestilence, and earthquakes in various places. Matthew 24. Jesus prophesied in Matthew 24 that widespread famine will characterize the world during the last days. Despite all our advances in agriculture and food growing techniques, there are more than 1 billion people in famine conditions around the world today. This was in 1994. According to the United Nations, an additional billion are malnourished. So that was 2 billion people back in 1994 that was already in famine. We in 2026. In many countries of the third world, more than half the population is out of work. Sound familiar? Look like we a third world country now, ain't it? Huh? You said witchcraft. Da, da, da. That's what they do here in Louisiana. Whenever they have an event, they want to know if they're going to win or lose. Interesting. Huh? Ain't this happening right now? People don't have enough money for food, and a lot of people are losing their jobs. Right? Right now. And not just in America, everywhere. People's economies are crashing. In the Philippines, they talking about gas this, gas that. We don't got enough money. Oh, okay. Okay. Here we go. Um, in many countries of the third world, more than half the population is out of work. Rising levels of unemployment and bankruptcies in America, Japan, and Europe are destroying the economic dreams of many in the middle class. What they've been saying that's happening to the middle class right now. What's happening to the middle class? It's disappearing. There's been a middle class forever, if you can say. And in 2026, around the world, the middle class is disappearing. There is no middle class. It's either rich or poor. Oh, okay. So I'm going to read that again. What did it say here? Rising levels of unemployment and bankruptcies in America, Japan, and Europe are destroying the economic dreams of many in the middle class. The desperate conditions are fueling a great desire for a new Caesar who will promise solutions to these apparently intractable problems. Could that be the new financial system? Hmm. Could it be? How did they know in 1994 that the middle class was going to go away? In 2026, there was going to be so much unemployment. People wasn't going to have no food. Somebody in the line of Kush or with the name Kushner was going to be making deals with Japan. And how did they know all of this in 1994? That would be happening in 20 and 26. The building of that monument that is an ode to Babylon. That the rich in the last days would get even richer and the rest of the world would be poor. Okay. You said the same entity, just different times. Okay. All right. Um all right. It says, just as the pagans of the Roman Empire persecuted and martyred Christians for their faith in Christ, the New Age movement is gearing up for an all out assault on Christians of the West. In some of their literature, they actually claim that the planet cannot evolve to its next stage of planetary evolution until the intolerant Christians are removed by God or UFO. You been hearing anything about UFOs and Christianity all in the same newscast sometimes? There's some people that's faking to be Christians, but they're not really Christians. Okay. And those are the same people that's talking about the UFOs, ain't it? No. Talking about Christian values while not following none of them are also the people that said, okay, we're going to tell y'all it's UFOs. No or yes? They're bashing certain groups of people, saying they're not Christian. That's not Christian. I'm a conservative. Da 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 da. And these are the same people that just released the UFO files, making problems and acting like they're solving them. Fake news. Come on. Okay. The loss of millions of Christians from key positions in the military, law enforcement, judiciary, education, and business may trigger the collapse of America from its position as a superpower. Hmm? The loss of millions of Christians from key positions in the military, law enforcement, the judiciary, education, and business may trigger the collapse of America from its position as a superpower. Is that happening right now? Literally. I wonder how many people that got let go once old boy got into power were real Christians. And it was military, it was world leaders, it was all of that. Ain't that crazy? And now they're talking about, since all of those people have been let go from all those positions, our economy is doing very badly. No or yes? How do we know that some of those military generals were not real Christians? The people that was over the all of the government officials and whatnot over finance. I mean, again, not everybody in there. God be having his people in there too. How do we know that the removal of those people is not why our economy is the way that it is right now? Because America's collapsing, is it not? Restaurants, businesses, schools, hospitals, everything is closing. Hmm? Yes or no? That would start a collapse if businesses start to close, hospitals are closing, schools are closing. They can't afford to stay open. Removing the morals and values of high places so they don't have to have resistance to their agenda. Ooh, T. Come on now. I can't have you up here praying to God and we trying to destroy the world. I can't have you praying over the military and we trying to create as much chaos and death as we can. We need our witches and our warlocks in here. Note that John saw the end time false religious system sitting upon a scarlet beast. This indicates that the religious system will initially be lifted up and honored by the Antichrist political allies. However, John reveals that this last day religious system will be characterized by apostasy and blasphemy. She will be known for her vast riches, yet her true secret nature is indicated by the prophet's words, the abominations and filthiness of her fornication. The Bible often uses the imagery of sexual unfaithfulness to signify spiritual apostasy. This false church will wallow in sensuality and will express the materialistic spirit of the last days, of these last days. Sound familiar? We Christians, but everything that has come out, matter of fact, they won't even release the files about how much sensuality and the things that they do behind closed doors. And in those parties that can't nobody get into on the islands and the yachts and in the international waters. But they'll tell you that this is against God and that is against God, all the while practicing all of it. Even have pastors signing on to it, praying over their apostasy, participating in the wild parties that go on. So, how is it that in 2022, God was telling us what we was going to see in 2026? If you got that book in the last 4 years, how is it that God was telling you exactly what was going to the unemployment, this, that, and he told us what nobody gonna be working. He told us. Y'all want to know something else? A side note for the women. Two things. How many of you started doing your nails yourself and your hair yourself when you came over here? Might have took you a year or two. How many of you started doing your own nails and your own hair and quit paying to do all of that? You did? Anybody else? You. Good job. Do you think God had us ahead of what's going on between the Black and Asian community right now? What most of the Black community is saying right now, we said in 22, 23, 25, and 25. Interesting, Dad. Ain't that crazy? Learn to cook everything you like to eat at home. You said I was thinking about that the other day. Joy. When I tell you he was, listen. Hmm. Crazy, right? He said, I guess that's why he is not letting that job be for you. Who thinks that's wild? Something as simple as learn to do your nails at home, learn to do your feet at home, learn to do your hair with just water and some grease. You remember this? I said I got locks because if nothing else, I can reach with my hair with water. It might be a little dry. I might only have oil because we don't know what's going to happen with getting products over here or even having products. And boom, we didn't even know that that was going to be a part of 2026. Making soap, candles, spices, and other stuff. Hello. You said, I'm just getting good at infused raisin bread. Come on. You said it's mind blowing. And yes, I've locked my hair. Okay. So, way back when, was he telling us what was going to be going on in 26? You said walked in the store to buy myself jeans and walked right out on Tuesday. You said don't even. You said I couldn't even do it. Come on. Come on. He warned us way back when. Y'all, I am blown away. I done read this book several times since I was 15, probably at least four or five, maybe. Okay. Over and over and over. And it's like every time I read it, I see something new. And maybe I wasn't supposed to pay attention to it because it wasn't time yet. Just like in my journal. Because for him to say the son of Cush and the man that's making all the international deals and that is pushing this whole Nimrod stuff is Jared Kushner. For all of the things he said it was going to be unemployment, he told me all of these different things when I was 15, and then again at 21, and then I think again at 27 or 28, maybe 29. Okay. But there were several things that hadn't happened when he gave me the book at 15. Way back when, God knew that we were going to be a community and have people all around the world so that we could read this book and get this book together and skim through here and look at other things. You said I asked for a job to be led to me, so that's how I know it's the right job for me. If it's led to me by dad, that part. Okay? Way back when, girl. He knew that this information in 1995 was going to be important to us in 20 and 26. 31 years later, it's going to be relevant to everything that was happening in the world. So when you start to think about why did God leave you alive? Way back when, he knew. He gave this information to a 15-year-old child. I was 15, y'all. Could have this have been one of the reasons why the devil kept trying to take me out? Because he knew that God had placed something special in my bosom very early. There was information that he allowed me to read and forget for over 30 years. And he would only bring bits and pieces back as needed. PRN, hun. Some of it wasn't relevant because it hadn't happened yet. He knew at 15 what was going to happen in 22. This was one of the first books that I showed when we started talking about the global agenda. You said definitely because he knew WOIU was coming and you would have crazies that thought and believe what you teach, that part. You wonder why you here? It ain't been revealed yet all the way. It's being revealed. Okay? Because he told me to go get these books. I didn't even know they were supposed to be signing on peace treaty this like in the next couple of days. I didn't know until last night, y'all. And when I saw the TikTok, I just looked down at the stack of books and started shaking my head. You said I remember because as soon as you showed it, the cover changed. Girl, seems to have happened a few times. This cover changed. The cover on the original OTP changed. They didn't change a few of the covers. Hello. And it had been this since 1994 that I knew of. Girl. Uh, yeah. Crazy. It's a few of our books they've changed the covers. So the folks don't know if it's the same book or not. Hello. And I need some more coffee. Ain't that crazy? We supposed to be right here. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. We supposed to be right here. ain't even gonna hold y'all though. The fact that they giving us a disclaimer that says that we we access stuff that's in the Vatican, nigga. I want to know what we got that is in the dang book. What's here that's in the Vatican? Now we gotta go on a treasure hunt. Cause what's in here that's in the Vatican that we don't know that God done gave us access to, nigga? That's why we getting that type of disclaimer. And you gotta say how old you is over here. What's in her? Who sent it? I want to know what's in here that's in the Vatican. Quit playing with me. Girl, I'm trying to tell you, I'm trying to figure it out. Because what is in here? That's why they hiding us, but what is it? Lord, let a little thing go and show us what it is. Because, nigga, now I want to know. I want to know if it's one or two or three or six or what. The archives, too. Not just in the Vatican, but the Vatican archive. That's wild. You said I'm feeling so special because we got something. The Vatican got that part. You said, but you ain't even got to say how old you are. You said when the adults trying to scoop up the children. That part, nephew. You sure don't. Now you hit it on the nail with that. You sure said it. You said take us through there. Listen. Have a good day, Miss Moore. You said they might have to change their plan now. Cause we gonna rip that open. We already did. I'm tripping. See the stuff I don't be knowing. You said low key is probably all of it because you pull out the juicy tea filled books. Listen, it very well could be. I don't know, but now they got. Didn't I tell y'all the Lord be giving us secret information? It be hidden too, even from us sometimes. I mean, from us, it be hidden from us. All right, here we go. As discussed in another chapter, a new identification system for animals uses a tiny implantable computer chip the size of a grain of rice. It contains a passive electronic coil that activates a computer chip with 45 billion bits of information. They have successfully implanted tens of thousands of these chips in dogs and cats throughout North America. An electronic scanner triggers the chip to reveal the complete medical information together with the identification of the animal and the owner. Obviously, this system could be modified in the future for human use by implanting the chip planting the chip beneath the skin at the right hand or the forehead of a human. There are many good arguments for introducing such a system. It would provide, Lord Jesus, it would provide fail-safe identification in the case of missing children or adults, instead of people worrying about losing or forgetting their personal identification number, PIN. The credit card and banking data can be permanently implanted beneath the skin. The government will argue that this system will make our financial systems very efficient and improve personal security. You said, I can't lie. That makes me smile on the inside. That part. Sound familiar? Is that relevant to right now? Is it? You said, yes, very familiar and relevant. Interesting. Why would God put this information in the hands of a 15-year-old? A 50-year-old who was around bishops and archbishops and diocesan bishops and prophets and 15. You said he knew you would get the message across. Come on, sister. Whoever was willing, you said. The disciples were teenagers. Come on, he knew you would put what he put down on the inside of you, it would all make sense to you. He knew the adults at the time would not pay attention. He knew way back what you would be doing today. Okay. You where you supposed to be, no matter what the situation, because God handed me this when I had run away from my mother's house and left the West Coast and went to the Midwest. So people would have said, oh, she unruly, you can't control her. Whole time God needed me on the bus back to the West Coast at the very day that I got on there so the angel could get on there and hand me this book. He gave me this information before I got pregnant with my son. And people laughed at me because at 17, 18, 19, 20 years old, I was telling my son about the end of the world. Guess who's living right now? My son. Guess who is telling people about the things that they should watch out for at the end of the world? My son. The same one that he gave me the knowledge right before I got pregnant with him. Hello. At 16. Teach him the ways. Teach him my ways. Teach him what is coming. I told y'all, people used to be like, you scaring your kids. You scaring them. You shouldn't do that. And this was people in the church. You need to quit thinking about that. Baby, just get to know God and this and that. Whole time, me and those children was going to be living when all of this stuff happened. And they was going to have children while this was happening. They was going to be the mothers that give suck while this was happening. Because I got 2 daughters that's pregnant right now. My youngest grandbaby about to be one. Girl, in 95, I was running back and forth between Texas and Virginia. Girl, we was, listen, get, was. You said, not you scaring, yeah. Okay. You said what they didn't know is you was getting to know God because you were listening to what he said. Girl, listen, whole time, whole time. So when I say way back then, he knew. Way back when he told me. Way back when he told me what to look for in 2021 and 2022 and 2001 and 2015 and 2016 and 2017, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, and 26. He told me to pay attention to the world the coming world dictator. No, the nations. One of y'all sent this book. I couldn't believe. I said, why you got me? The empires of the world. Go on and look back in there and see what they was doing and what's relevant to right now. The maps. Because they was gonna be dividing up the land at the end times. The rulers and the kingdoms. So it's important to see how they were divided before the flood, because it was gonna be just like that, how it was right before the flood and right after it. So those maps would be important. Right? No. Nigga, I always liked maps. I liked history, but I didn't like the way they taught it in class. In school, it was boring then. Like, I was interested in it, but to me, the way they taught it was weird. Well, now I know why. Because they were trying to hide a lot of stuff, and a lot of it didn't make sense, and now it do. So going back to what I told y'all yesterday, that even though God has revealed answers, that's just not it. There's more. Okay? Okay, so this the book that you sent, Joy. NTP, book 3. I'm not gonna read all of this. I'm just gonna read. Um. Here we go. So this is Quadratus, I believe. Quadratus. Okay. The Epistle of James to Quadratus or Quadratus. Okay. It says Philip, Senecus, Justus, Levi, and Pre, renowned scribes of the Jews, came to me and confessed Christ, and they received baptism. And behold, they are disputing against their kindred. Gamaliel, we know that name, foremost among their priests, does not completely deny Christ. He doesn't completely deny Christ, not completely profess him openly like us. He also does not completely profess him openly like us. So, are we seeing this right here? They don't deny Christ, but they don't really, because they asked, oh boy, are you a Christian? And he basically said no. And we know for a fact the Jewish people of this day don't acknowledge Jesus Christ. They, as a matter of fact, think that he is boiling in his own excrement, is what they tell people. And they'll spit on you, the people in Judaism, if you try to tell them that Jesus is their savior. But they pretend to be a religious group or a religious sect of people, right? Or no? You can't even speak against them right now. You can't say anything against them. Isn't that how the Antichrist is going to be moving? Never mind. Okay, here we go. But he also does not listen to those who wish to accuse us, nor does he accept their words. But he remains calmly in silence, especially after he saw that our Lord ascended to heaven to his Father, and how his gospel took flight throughout all creation. And behold, he is worshipped by everyone together with his child Christ in the spirit of his Godhead. And he distributes and gives life to all those who believe in him through the mystery of his body and blood that he gave for us. And behold, he has ceased the sacrifices and offerings from the Jewish people. And behold, he has ceased the sacrifices and offerings from the Jewish people. So why did they sacrifice and offer that those cows? If Jesus was the last sacrifice that was supposed to happen and they are supposed to be God's people, why did they offer that sacrifice? Why did they take the blood and the ashes? If they are God's people, and right after Jesus was crucified, there needed to be no more sacrifices, why are they still sacrificing? And what God are they sacrificing to if Jesus was the ultimate sacrifice and the Jews or the Hebrews no longer needed to do sacrifice? They are the Jewish people, not for real. Oh, okay. Make that make sense? So, no matter the religion, okay, if the Savior came as the ultimate sacrifice, and that religion is telling you that you have to sacrifice an animal, a dog, a cat, a bug, your child, your husband, your wife, is that the worship of the Almighty and His Son? Tell me how many religions need a physical animal sacrifice in order for you to hear from your God? Is not real, that part. Just list them. I know a lot of them going whatever. They believe something different and not the one true God. Come on. How many religions right now? Y'all know it's a thick, thick book of the list of religions. How many religions right now? You have to still offer a sacrifice in order to get the God to hear you. Sorry, y'all. What y'all got? Hmm? Do we know for a fact that in the files, our president was around for some of these things? Matter of fact, most of the world leaders right now, because they're all a part of an elite club, the stars, right? The actors, they are sacrificing women, men, and children to their gods. These are also the people that rule our countries, that govern what we watch and what we learn and what we see. And their God is not the God that we even worship. These are also the people that are distracting us from paying attention to what's really going on because they need their plan to go on without a hitch. They need it to go smoothly. Okay? They pretend they don't deny Christ, but they don't fully say they with him either. So they'll use them to get views and votes, but whole time that ain't really who they are. Right or wrong. What religion still require you to sacrifice an animal? Did y'all find it? Or they not letting y'all type? They deleting comments. Now I know why it seemed like ain't nobody saying nothing. Did y'all find some religions? You can't see it, so they taking your comments. Interesting, because it's like not very many at all, which is real, real crazy. Voodoo. Okay. What else? Good job, Miss Garcia. What other religions cause, you said an unknown number of what? You said Sundance Chiefs on the Reds do that. So so the Chiefs are still sacrificing. Islam calls for one. Hinduism, they call for sacrifice, a goat or something like that. Who else? That's it. The Saint Mary religion calls for animal sacrifice. Santeria, the Satanists here in church. You say in church and have animal slaughtering and then invite the pastors and say it's for that. No. You said so. Where you at, Annalisa, in church? They have animal slaughtering and they invite the pastors and say it's for the ancestors. What? And the pastors go? See? Ooh-wee. You said yes, they do go, and they say it's their heritage. The pastors that say they Christians? You said I believe it because it's their pledging. It's because they're pledging. Interesting. Y'all hear that? You said yes, them, and pretending like it's normal. Ancestor worship is demonic. Also, it is. You said, but it said Islamic, Judaism, Hinduism, Afro diasporic, Afro Caribbean religions, and Wiccan. Interesting. You said yes, it did change because I can't find my book. I looked it up, and it's different by the author. You know. Oh, oh, okay. I gotta remember that people is like 30 minutes behind. So there's Christian pastors that are participating in rituals and saying it's their heritage. Interesting. And they're practicing ritualistic uh, sacrifices, even though Jesus was the ultimate sacrifice. So there's no need for that anymore. Do you find that interesting? Stars have to sacrifice something. Most time it's blood, a family member, in order to receive wealth and power. Okay. The people that work for the enemy are fasting too. Yes, they do. You said then buy a house, then it's animal slaughter. Oh, they buy a house, then it's an animal slaughtering. They buy a car, then they slaughter an animal. They show their ancestor. Oh, they you said and say they show their ancestor. These are people that attend church every Sunday without fail. Girl, quit playing with me. Are y'all hearing this? Where Annalise lives, if they get a new car, they slaughter an animal. If they get a new house, they slaughter an animal. And they are in church without fail, practicing animal. Come, are y'all listening? Y'all hear this? He said there are several pastors who are a part of the D9. Interesting. He said, I come from the Afro Caribbean. It's everywhere. It's not just some people. He said, all these Christian based ministries saying that they are helping these orphanages around the world, and somehow they all end up being connected to trafficking and pedo rings. Yes, they do. And ritualistic child abuse. Yeah, right. Save the children, and the whole time they was the ones. You said what's scary is that it may not stop with animals if they want bigger rewards. We know that it don't. Yeah. You think it's a coincidence that priests keep getting women pregnant and then they have them get abortions? Ma'am, I'm not telling you. Some are saying it's a calling. Wear the beads and red sand on the face. Oh, oh. Another source says Wiccans don't do it, but Voodoo, Santeria, and Palo religions do. Interesting. Interesting. Another sacrifice right there. Okay. Well, all right, here we go. Ooh. The Lord hates the mark of the beast because it represents a soul sold out to Satan. When every believer gets to heaven, God will place his seal on their forehead. We know that that'll be before that, signifying his unbreakable covenant with those who accept Christ as the Lord of their lives. If a person accepts the mark of the beast, his soul will be lost forever. During the Great Tribulation, horrible skin infections will afflict those who accept the mark and worship the beast. A foul and loathsome sore came upon the men who had the mark of the beast and those who worship the image. Could our water be being bad? Go ahead and push that. The data centers messing up our water. We saw a taste of it in places where, like Flint, remember? People was breaking out with all of these different skin irritation and all of this was going on with people's skin because the water wasn't no good. Y'all remember? People were sick, babies with all kind of rashes and all kinds of stuff on their skin because the water wasn't no good. You think that could happen now? Because there won't be any clean water to bathe with? The water will have all the gunk from the AI centers in it? You said it seems like all these books had clues to a bigger puzzle and do. All right. Uh oh. Um, it says possibly these sores will be a physical reaction to the implant or brand placed on their forehead or right hand. In addition to the terrible earthly consequences of accepting the mark, the Bible warns that the worst punishment will come after death for those who worship Satan. The whole wrath of God will be poured out on those who reject Christ and choose to worship Satan and his Antichrist as God. Then a third angel followed them, saying with a loud voice, if anyone worships the beast in his image and receives his mark on his forehead or on his hand, he himself shall also drink of the wine of the wrath of God, which is poured out full strength into a cup of his indignation. And he shall be tormented with fire and brimstone in the presence of the holy angels and in the presence of the Lamb. And the smoke of their torment ascends forever and ever, and they have no rest, day or night, who worship the beast and his image, and whoever receives the mark of his name. Revelations 14 and 9. You said, and in Baltimore too, right? What in Baltimore? Oh, they did put that sign in. You talking about the Baphomet statue? Is that what you talking about? The Church of Satan or something? Joy. Is that ain't that where they opened it up? You said when they were getting rashes from the water. Oh, we sent them stuff. We did. The flooding in my parish is so bad that they're doing emergency evacuations, and the Red Cross has stepped in. People have 2 or 3 feet of water in their house right now. Y'all, 2 to 3 feet of water in their houses. Before my mom passed, she had her water tested, and they told her not to cook or drink hers because it was contaminated by the farmers spraying for weeds throughout the years. Yes, Hurricane Arthur just passed through Louisiana. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. Give me 1 second. Just to be clear. That's 3 feet. This is 36 inches. Is this taller than your couch? That's almost taller than your oven. Is 3 feet? If I sit this on the side of my bed, that water is up to my mattress. And if it's 3 feet in my house, then my house ain't sitting on the ground because a lot of the houses in New Orleans is lifted off the ground, aren't they? So if it's 3 feet of water in the house and most of y'all houses is up, and it's 2 to 3 feet of water in the house, I know not all of them, but most of them is. I saw one girl had to put her baby in a high chair to keep out the water. They under sea level. It's flooding in Texas too, like that. A lady got killed. You said yes. We just came back from the beach, and it was super big waves, presumably from Arthur. Siesta Beach is usually very chill, but there were massive waves and a rip current. No way, Sarah. The water is from New Orleans all the way to Baker, Louisiana, and some parts of Baton Rouge. Yeah, Joy. New Orleans is like a bowl. It sinks in, like Phoenix, which is why water and cold would be devastation. Y'all in the valley type deal. Interesting. Texas flooded too, and other parts. It's a lot of America right now that's underwater. Y'all ought to hear on my body is standing up. All the hair on my body is thinning up. This wild. So so do y'all think us get? Remember, it was little floods at first, not little floods, but it started being just little cities. And now it's getting crazier and crazier. I think so. They in class, girl. I think our people is okay. Is y'all okay? Joy said, I think so. They in class. They said other people's houses, not their house. It's regional now. Interesting. Cause y'all all right, right? Sorry, I didn't ask that. Are y'all okay? Well, I think they are. They in class. I think. You said yes, it was their history. Oh, that's crazy that it's like far behind. You said and the tornadoes was bad in the middle in Wisconsin yesterday. I was watching the storms yesterday. It was crazy. They said they okay. Nico says she okay. Diana, you okay? Y'all, the game has begun, family. It has begun. Over here in Odessa, Texas, we are having a heat wave. Yesterday, some of our power in town, in our town, went out. Denise. So where Diana and Shaniqua is flooding. Denise, where you at? It's a heat wave and no power. It's tornadoes up in the northern part. There were 3 confirmed tornadoes in southeast Louisiana today. Interesting. So not only is there tornadoes, there's flooding. The water where Sarah at is swelling up and high. Okay, I'm in Texas and it's just hot for now where I am under the flood watch for the weekend. Oh, okay. Heat wave in Vegas too. Yesterday was 112. We got a heat advisory. Notice this morning it's lightning right now, no rain. So there's heat, flooding, tornadoes, and a hurricane watch or something right now. The water is bad in Pinellas Park. Florida again, second time in 2 months. Interesting. My baby daddy lives somewhere around there. Ah, not that I want y'all to, but he do. One of them do. Interesting. I wonder if his house got flooded. Crazy. New Jersey water is high. We had riptide warnings or warnings. Wind is going crazy now. No rain. Interesting. Interesting. 91, but the real feel is 108. I'm in Mississippi and it's looking like it's about to cut up as we speak. Yeah, because it's been pretty cloudy here too today. It's oh, it's raining where I'm at. I ain't even looked outside. Interesting. Well, it's been raining, so okay. Well, I would say to everybody in the community, no, this one need to be charged. Huh? You said me and the kids put ours in 2 days ago. I got a life jacket and a boat ready. Say it again. Do and do and do. Say it again. She said she got a life jacket and a boat ready. Yeah. Yep. You got your y'all got your if you can. Remember we talked about putting your stuff in a plastic bin so that way if the water do come in, it'll float on top. Remember? You said I was just telling somebody about the light bulbs this morning. Come on. You said the humidity is something else around here. It's 84%. Uh-huh. And a tornado watch around me. Yeah, that's about what it's feeling like. Hello. No, I ain't gonna hold on. I ain't got no life vest yet, but I'll be all right. I ain't got one. I'm gonna get one. I keep saying, but y'all got them. I got my boat, but I don't got my thing. Listen, mm-hmm. Remember I got the grandkids some and didn't get mine, but I'm gonna get it because this is starting to scare me, and y'all know I can't swim all that well, so I guess I need to go and be trying to get one. Y'all said they be on sale at Walmart. I'm gonna look. Hello. Feel crazy about buying a floaty for you and your family, two or three of them if you did. Do you feel crazy about buying any of the things that we bought? You said, yep, I got put mine in them Faraday bags and plastic tubs. Okay. Yes, I have a box of them and three boats. Oh shoot. God knew in 1995. You said I can only doggy pedal that part. That part, Isabel. Do this make you feel good? A little bit? I wonder if all the snakes and stuff coming out of the ground knew the flooding was coming. Not crazy at all. I feel wise. Come on. You said the red heifer is for. Oh, okay. I keep forgetting you. You said feel good. Good. Everybody was seeing these snakes in the last month, 2 months. Look at all the flooding that's happening. Was anybody that saw a snake in the last couple of months? Are you in one of the places where some of the flooding is? You said yes, they felt the heat from the water pushing up. Interesting. So was the snakes the sign that the flooding? And Elise said yes. Cause folks been seeing snakes all over the place. You said in New Orleans there was a rattlesnake in someone's yard. Interesting. We had a lot of people in here that was running into snakes. Where you at? I wonder if the flooding, the places where it's at right now, is where the flooding is gonna be real crazy. You said you remember and did. Oh, okay. Very joy. Because animals normally tell you something is coming. They be trying to get out of the way. They can normally sense when something is getting ready to happen. You said you feel crazy because you did not. Don't feel crazy. It is. They caught a snake at my job a few weeks ago. And you said it's flooding where you at? You said it's flooding. How many places or people in here again that when we was talking about the snake dreams or a snake showed up where you was at, are you under flood warning right now? You said I got my registration and fixed the window. Someone threw a rock at my bus. Next, my tires need to be changed. Funds will come. Huh? You said I'm checking goals. We'll be ready to move along when I need to. Okay. Okay. Hey, you said yep, Yvonne. Even if you round a dollar, general they have some clearance. You said see if the store still has some. Okay. I think they might be deleting certain comments, so I can't see some of them. Mm, it's real interesting. Do y'all think so? You said you got some plastic bags where you can put your clothes in them. Okay. So just reading some of what we read today and noting that noting knowing that there are things that were written about almost 30 years ago, 30 or 31 years ago. Okay. It is winter here, and the last 2 days have been very, very, is that cold? And saying it might snow. You said we have never had snow where I'm at, like never. Because you're in South Africa. Did y'all hear that? It's South Africa. Is that where she at? What? It's -4, they're saying? And in Africa, -4. And you know what, girl? If you didn't just say, listen, I told y'all, I just talked to my son. Girl, if you was not confirming with Jesus, what did I just say? Who was here in the beginning of class when I said I talked to my son? And extreme weather would not be more of what you're used to, it would be the opposite. Joy. That baby said it's winter here. And they talking about we gonna get some snow, and we don't get snow. Not ever. -4 is 29 degrees. Technically, because freezing is 32. So 28, 29 degrees is -4, roughly. Because 32 is freezing. You said mostly around the coast it will snow, but I'm deep in, far, far away from the coastline. Wow. Now that's some real today after tomorrow. And we watching it. You told us this last class we had to look for the weather to change from hot to cold, from cold to hot to hot to cold. Come on. Yeah. And Annalise came right in here and said, "Oh yeah, that's happening over here, right around the time where you gotta pay with your hand and your forehead." Hello, baby. Listen, I'm about to go. I'm gonna come back on here in a little bit. I gotta figure out where my friend is. He's supposed to be here today because the packages that I asked him to pick up, I still haven't got them because they're at his house. And so I have to see if he is in town. He said he's gonna be here today, probably for Father's Day. So I need to go try to pick those up. My rice and whatever else it was. It's been so long, I don't even remember what it was. So I need to call him real quick and see if we could hopefully meet somewhere. Yeah. Oh man, that's crazy, right? How y'all feel about this? We watched Day After Tomorrow, and everybody's like, "She got you watching all them crazy movies," and now we live in it. You said, "Okay, I love y'all. I'll talk to y'all later. I love all of y'all. I'm here fighting with the kids and trying to do some weightlifting." That part. It's real crazy though that all our classes is popping up off the page. Every last one of them. I don't care how crazy. I don't care. I don't care. It's real, real crazy. Tell me. You said it is not time to play with it. Listen. Listen. And just think about how many people are still oblivious to what's really happening right now. They keep talking about they think the 7 years is just starting. You said I'm smiling all the way. That part. They think the 7 years is just now starting. Now people are saying prepare, get water straws, get this, get that, get this, get that. At a time when the economy is crazy. God even told us that. He said when everybody start preparing, it's gonna be real difficult to prepare because it ain't gonna be much. It ain't gonna be a lot of money. You're gonna get less for your money, and stuff is gonna be more expensive, and there's not gonna be a lot of gas and all of these different things. And look, you said, hey, at least Team WOIU is ready. And it is. Me too. And it's word for word, bar for bar. I'm trying to tell you. Listen, that's why again, way back when, way back when I was 15 years old, way before that, but I'm just gonna use this as a starting point. Way back when I was 15 years old, he was telling us about what was gonna happen in 2026, what names to look for, what government agencies to look for, what to pay attention to, what banks to pay attention to, what meetings to pay attention to. All of this way back, girl. And we can even say way back with us for 4 years ago. With everything that's going on, all the stuff, the floods, it's going to be cold, it's going to be this. People like, oh, that's in the Bible. Okay. I said the weather was going to be, but he specifically told us what to get to prepare for these things. The days of darkness, the rationing of food, the not being able to go in the store and buy no food, all of that. You cannot discount that. You can't take away from that. That God told us specifically what to look for, what to do. You said hair has been standing up since you started class. Listen, so sometimes the devil will try to make us believe that God ain't with us and he ain't walking with us. And then he'll come back and confirm I always been here. Matter of fact, you didn't even know the plan. So why is you worried about it now? Because at 15, if you could have told me this is what I would be doing, I don't know. I might have believed it, I might not. But definitely not that he gave me this information so early. And now that I know we got something that's in the Vatican archives, honey, I really need to be looking into what we got here. Way back in 2022. Way back. He said, I've been seeing a lot of mentions of water straws. Like, already hit that. Home run. High five, Jesus. Come on. He said, why is it a guy in the neighborhood selling 5G security cameras, bypass Wi Fi? Interesting. They call for my phone interview during class. Now you got to upload your bills to verify expenses. That has never been a thing for food stamps. Ooh. Right around the time when they signing the peace treaty and stuff. Interesting. Right around the same time when places around the world you got to pay with your forehead or your hand. Right. You got to verify. You got to verify. Right out, girl. You heard that, Rika? Right after, now you have the banks changed because the banks changed in this 6th month. Hello. You said the snakes are already bad this year. Hello. Last time I applied, they asked for my kids' birth certificates. Interesting because we need to know if you a citizen or not. Who remembers us talking about the citizenship way before this craziness started going on about the whatever people running around when the other dude was still in office? Remember, we talked a lot about citizenship, and when you start to hear a lot about verifying that you are a citizen, know what's upon us. Again, way back. Right. And if you're a citizen or not is a big deal in 20 and 26. It was in 20 and 25 as well, wasn't it? Citizenship. And if you're a citizen, is huge. It's all over the news and right now. You said they made my daughter do the same thing, asking was she a citizen, but not the kids, and they cut hers. Did God tell us it wasn't going to be no food stamps and housing and all of this kind of stuff by the end of this? As to why people was going to lose their jobs, which means they was going to lose their houses, and so the rich people would be able to divide up the land and buy it all. That's why we bought tents, because we knew we was gonna have to be living outside. Because we learned about eminent domain. You said, didn't we? Yes, we did. We learned about eminent domain and that the government can come in and take your property. So then you need to have, and then. Y'all see what they doing with the homeless? Who remembers us studying about the being against the law to be homeless? Y'all see what they doing with the homeless now? You said yes. Last thing, they know also doing that ICE thing, kind of send people back to their own countries. Mm-hmm. Joy. Do y'all find any of this interesting? Everything that people told us not to pay attention to is all over the news right now. I don't even care what it is. It doesn't matter. You say yes, and it makes me mad that they doing them like that. Oh, okay. I'm about to go. I love y'all. Try to get back on here later. See, maybe we can do some like trivia or something. But you said they said it's to see who is a citizen here for the ID, where you pay with your hand and your forehead. They want to know if you're a citizen. Where Italy said, wearing what? Less than 2 months? Ooh, baby, listen. You said the city I live in is tearing down the old Section 8 homes bought out. Mom and pop businesses now have condos up for rent. Uh oh. Come on, they know what they're doing. I went through eminent domain since I've been here, still fighting to get compensation. Come on. Yes, ma'am. You said I used to see a lot of homeless where I grew up. Now it's little to none, and I was wondering what happened to them. You should look into it. See if it's against the law to be homeless where you at, baby. At only at ungodly rent prices that only rich can afford. He said I have 3 notifications for Census Canada, and today they sent a lady to my door or a $500 fine. They wanted to know who live in your house. Interesting. In Canada, is a $500 fine if you don't tell them who live in your house. You said yeah. Let's they can now open over this coming weekend until they done even on Sunday. What you mean, Annalise? Did y'all hear that? Who remembers me talking to y'all, telling y'all I don't be filling out them census things? I'll take the dollar out of there and throw the thing in the trash because you don't need to know who's in my house. We talked about that in 20 and 22. And somebody came out here and said they need to know that so that they can have money. And I said, they're not giving us no money. That is not why they want to know. And if I get any type of benefits, this is when I was getting benefits for my children back in the day, they know who in here because then people on my case. Hello. If I identify as a female, what language I spoke, how many live here, and am I from here, and all of these type questions. Are y'all listening to this? This is in Canada. This ain't in America. This in Canada. If she identifies as female, the languages she speaks, how many people live there, and am I from here, and all of these type questions. And if you don't answer, it's a $500 fine in Canada. So we got the ID going on in Africa. We got, oh, okay. You said they pushing this ID thing home. With Home Affairs will be open in 7 days, and it'll be open 7 days a week. Is y'all listening to this? That's in South Africa, baby. Uh, Unigov, yeah. You said, and just because it's not happening where someone is doesn't mean it's not happening, like you've been saying since 2022. Sister. Sister, you've been on my mind. Sister, you're two of us. No, listen. You said that sounded like a dream. The dream I had, I was having a play date with a white woman, and while I was with the kids, she kept reporting things to someone in her house, and it sounded just like this. Oh, got a couple of weeks, and it had on there that it was by law to fill out for my community from Uncle Sam. What? You got one a couple weeks ago. Me too, T. Also, health insurance are sending out doctors to people home for free checkups and to get the shot. They call us if they can send a doctor to your home in Cali, and we said no. Whoa! So now doctors is making house calls. They can send a doctor to your house. Interesting. She also said people above me already filled it out 3 weeks ago and didn't have to go there. Interesting. And you know they're gonna say who what is your neighbors? That's happening real quick. Let's you know what? Give me a minute. I think I'm gonna make me some more coffee and I might just tell him I'll come a little bit later. We gonna see because I need to hold on. Hold on. Wait a minute. This is happening very, very quickly. That changes things just a little bit. Think we have less time than what we think. Mm, mm, mm. Yeah. Uh, well, you said, hold on now. That's a whole bunch of stuff going on, right? Exactly. Hello. And if we didn't all come together, we would not all know this because it's not on the news. You said, yep, insurance was trying to get a doctor to come over for $50 gift card for an annual home visit checkup. I adamantly declined. My insurance does doctor home visits. Yet my mom's insurance started doing home visits. They're trying to make it mandatory since she's up in age. Everything is sounding pretty third worldish. Right. Dad knew why I needed this family and Miss Circa for loads of interesting classes and information. Girl, we needed you. You said with my primary care doctor and my neurologist and my back pain doctor, I see all of them through video chat. I don't come into the office. Get it. But they're sending doctors out now. I know about the telemedical stuff, but now they sending doctors. And doctors have to comply with the government, right? Every class is popping up big time. Every day something else. Thank you so much for the heads up, God. And thank you for the best teacher. I'm so grateful. Thank you, Dean, for all you do. Girl, thank you for y'all. Who remembers in the beginning of this, I said it's not about the exclusion, it's about the inclusion that is going to get us where we need to go. Folks is steady pushing people out and this, that, and the other. And there are different people in different jobs. We need all of us to understand what God is saying. And I guarantee they not coming along, the doctors. Exactly. That's the reason they asked me to move out of my apartment because the door complained about my doorbell not working. The doctor complained about your doorbell not working. God save me. Are y'all hearing this? Hold on. Now I know why you told me to pick up these books. Now it makes every bit of sense. I said it was gonna be a reason why I had to move. It was a blessing in disguise. Come on. Come on. Hold on. I'm looking for. Okay. I'm in the Coming World Dictator. Let's look at this real quick. It says. Now, this is a completely different book. Carlyle once noted that the history of the people is the biography of its great men. To study history is to study the people who made things happen, people who were responsible for events which affected the direction that humanity has traveled from creation to present. Therefore, a study, mind you, this book came out in 1981 or 1980. A study of the first generation AD requires a look at the life of Jesus Christ. A study of the early 19th century requires a look at Napoleon, and the study of the 1930s and 40s necessitates a look at Hitler. Interesting. A study of the 7 year period of tribulation on earth subsequent to Christ's rapture of the saints is largely a look at the life and times of the Antichrist. In the Bible, the Antichrist is called by many names, even as 365 names are ascribed to our Lord. In Daniel 9 and 26, he is referred to as the prince. This, of course, implies that the people will be under his rule. Jesus, referring to the Antichrist, called him the abomination of desolation. When ye therefore shall see the abomination of desolation spoken of by Daniel the prophet, stand in the holy place, standing in the holy place, whoso readeth, let him understand. And then it says, in the previous chapter, we've discussed Daniel 9 and 27, the purpose of chronology. This meant he shall cause the sacrifice and the oblation to cease, and for the overspreading of abominations he shall make it desolate. This is what Jesus alluded to when he said there will be great tribulation. I'm looking for the temple. There we go. Hold on now. The Apostle Paul informed the Thessalonians that the Antichrist, the man of sin, would be revealed, the son of perdition, who opposes and exalteth himself above all that is called God or that is worshipped, so that he, as God, sitteth in the temple of God, showing himself that he is God. This raises the question, does the temple have to be rebuilt in Jerusalem by the time God's timetable reaches the midpoint of tribulation? What I just tell y'all? That people think that the 7 years is just starting. Okay. Didn't we just talk about that? Look at this. Does the temple have to be rebuilt in Jerusalem by the time God's timetable reaches the midpoint of the tribulation? I am convinced that a new temple is an absolute necessity for the completion of the prophetic picture. Orthodox Jews have longed for the rebuilding of the Temple of Jerusalem. Mind y'all, this was written in 1980 or 1981. Several years ago, a huge advertisement appeared in the Washington Post announcing to persons of Jewish faith all over the world a project to rebuild the Temple of God in Israel is now being started. In 1981, what did they just tell us in 2026? I mean, 2016. That was the beginning of the project. They told us in 2020 that was the beginning. And whole time it started in 1981, 45 years ago. Deceitful, you think? Because everybody's all up in a uproar about it happening, but Auntie already told us that when she went over there, it was prefab. They're lying right now saying they're just now starting to build it and they just started the works of it. Whole time it was in the process in 1981, the year after I was born. Interesting to you? So what we're seeing now with identifying ourselves and are you a citizen and all of this different stuff with they're going to have to verify who in your house. All of this has been in the works. Now we knew that, but did you know that it was that far back? Why people keep talking about how much time we got? Feel like we in the 7 years, or do you think it's just starting? Because they already built the temple. We know that. And it's been over a year or two, hello, that we know of for sure that it's been built. Actually, I think Auntie went in 23. Here we go. Crazy. It said, with divine guidance and help, the temple of God is now being started. God will know those desiring to participate. A box number was included. Late in 1979, I was riding in Indiana with a local Presbyterian minister. At a certain point along the highway, he informed me, whoa, that we were driving past the gate of a community which purportedly handled a highly classified order of the finest building stones in the world in Indiana. Interesting. A place where he moved me to in 2003. 60,000 tons of pre-cut stones have been shipped on rail cars. They were allegedly bought by the Israeli government and had already arrived in Israel, y'all, in 1981. The stones were shipped from Indiana on rail cars in 1981. Did you know? Right. Did you know? Oh, okay. It is being reported that young men from the tribe of Levi are being trained for temple service in 1981, including the offering of animal sacrifices in 1991. This would assure that priests will be ready in the event the temple is completed. But how can the temple be erected when the Al Aqsa Mosque, Dome of the Rock, the third most sacred Muslim shrine, is standing on the supposed site of Solomon's temple? There are various possibilities. For instance, a natural disaster, such as an earthquake, might handedly destroy the structure. And we know they can cause those now. Another possible means would be by human destruction. Interesting. A third possibility is that the original temple site may actually be in another spot. Who remembers we just watched a video about that in the beginning of the year? They literally just put something in the news about that recently, in the last 6 months. The Temple Institute Museum was built in 1987, so that makes sense. OMG. We just watched that on TikTok about them saying where's y'all remember? So in 1981 they knew, and they just made it seem like in 2026 that it was new. Deception? I think so. Here we go. Interesting. It says in the Jewish Chronicle, March 28th, 1980, so literally 18 days after I was born, it was reported that a Hebrew University physicist, Dr. Asher Kaufman, has broken with tradition to place the temple about 50 meters north of the Dome of the Rock. 164 feet. 164 feet. Okay, so hold on. 164 feet north of the Dome of the Rock. So, temple being built north of Jerusalem. So AI is lying and saying there is no actual construction of the third temple, of course. Let me get out of AI. It says the third temple is proposed to be built in Jerusalem, Israel, on the Temple Mount, known in Arabic as Harim al Sharif. This elevated plaza is the old city. In the old city is the exact historical and religious site where both the first temple built to King Solomon and the second temple stood prior to the destruction. How far? Okay, wait a minute. A third possibility is that the original temple may actually be in another spot. In Jewish Chronicles, March 28th, 1980, it was reported that a Hebrew University physicist, Dr. Asher Kaufman, has broken with tradition to place the temple about 50 meters north of the Dome of the Rock. Now, I am no mathematician. right? No mathematician. Y'all know that. Okay? Jack of all trades, master of none. 160 feet is 52.8 meters, right? So this physicist in 1980 said the actual space is 52 meters from the dome of the rock. Would you like to know what's 52 meters from the dome of the rock? The Temple Institute that was built in 1987. Played in our face because the Temple Institute could be the temple. The museum is there with all the relics and artifacts in it. They played in our face. 1980, they said, oh, it's not right there. It's actually 52 meters over, 160 feet over. And what's right there? The Temple Institute. I will be right freaking back. Go do it for yourself. I just looked it up. It's a 1 minute walk. I mean, a 1 minute drive, a 5 to 8 minute walk, or on a bike. Quit playing. 80s, 80, they found 80, 81, they found out, oh, it's 52 inches to the north, 52 centimeters to the north. Let's build the Temple Mount Museum right there with all the relics and all of the pieces and everything. And the whole time, the temple already probably been built since then because they started building it in 1987. Interesting. Interesting. Is y'all seeing that? Joy. Didn't God just have us do a study on museums and what they're used for? A temple of worship with all the relic. I couldn't understand why he had us worried about the museum whole time. The museum is what we were supposed to be watching and looking for. We literally just did a class on museums, muse, and what they were what's the names to the gods, baby. Baby, listen. Let me drink some water and some coffee at the same. He was telling us. I'm like, why you gotta studying on museums? Oh, because the museum that is 160 meters or whatever you call it, 52 meters, 160 feet north of the Dome of the Rock is the real place. And that's where they built the museum and put all the relics and stuff in there. And they started in 1981, but he figured it out 18 days after my birthday. You know what else went up around that time? The Georgia Guidestones, 1980 or 1981. Interesting. Baby, listen. I told y'all he be giving me this much of it, and then he got to connect over here. All the hair on my body stand up. Then they got to cut. This why he had to study in museums. He literally. Anybody else mind blown? Yours is blown, Joy. Anybody else? That's why he told me to put. And 7 years after they figured out, they built it. 7, because he figured it out in 1980 and they built it in 1987. 7 years from the date when they figured out exactly where it was. It has everything to do with the last 7 years. Oh, y'all want to know what's crazy? Remember when we read about. Oh, anybody know how old I'll be next year? Y'all, all the hair on my body is standing up. Anybody know how old? I said a whole bunch of stuff happened the year I was born. Anybody know how old I'll be next year? Anybody? Y'all, my heart is beating so fast. 47. Remember that number. Somewhere in here. Y'all, why am I shaking? God, please show me where it is. Because in the war scrolls, it talks about a 47-year war. Y'all remember us? Y'all remember us reading about the 47-year war that Israel was going to have? That the sons of Philistia and Israel was going, and the sons of Moab. Do y'all remember us? What number is? President number what? He is 47. There was a 47-year war. Oh my goodness. 47-year war in Jerusalem. They're trying to say that it was the 1948 Arab Israeli war. I don't think that is the one. This enduring conflict began in 1979. I don't think that's it. Here we go. The 1980s, Iran began funding and training. Whoa! The 1980s, Iran began funding and training militant proxy groups, leading to the creation of Hezbollah in Lebanon, which serves as a major force operating near Israel's northern border. What if the 47-year war started in 1980 when Iran did this? And it wasn't the one from 1948. Because in 1980 is the year that they found out where the Temple Mount really was. I mean, where the site of the old thing really was. Think about this now. I'll be 47, Lord's willing, next March. Ain't March, April the first of the Hebrew calendar? The beginning of the year. Ain't March, April the beginning of the Hebrew calendar? When spring start? That's their new year, right? March, April? Yes. Around the time Jesus was born, March, April, end of March, beginning of April, sometime around there. And then he was crucified around May something, they said, when we was doing our research. Interesting. Mm. The 47-year war in the War Scroll found among the Dead Sea Scrolls refers to a massive prophesied apocalypse lasting 40 to 49 years. The end of days conflict pits the righteous sons of light against the evil sons of darkness in the multi stage battle for ultimate eternal peace. Baby, listen. All the hair on my body is standing up, y'all. When I say all the hair on my body, all the hair on my body. It says, although this war is said to extend over 40 years, the writer of the scroll was particularly concerned with the details of the very final day of battle. After 6 bloody engagements during the last battle of the sons of light and darkness, 40 years, and then the 7 of the tribulation. Wasn't we just talking about 40 and how things changed after 40? So there was the 40-year period, and then life was going to change. We just talked about Moses. I told y'all I was 40 in the 41st year, and the blah, 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 blah. Okay, 40 was the trying period, right? Most people, when they was going through, the God gave them 40 years of testing, and then whatever was going to happen started happening in the 41st year. That was the change. The 41st year till whatever time. I turned 41. I met y'all when I was 41 in my 41st year, y'all. Is y'all seeing it? And the war is supposed to last 47 to 49 years, y'all. All the hair on my body is standing up. All of it. Okay, so I'm just going to throw some numbers out here. It says during the remaining 33 years of the war, the men of renown, those called for of the congregation, and all the heads of the congregation's clans, shall choose for themselves men of war for all the lands of the nations, the dividing of the land. From all the tribes of Israel, they shall prepare capable men for themselves to go out for battle according to the summons of the war year by year. But during the years of remission, they shall not ready men to go out for battle, for it is the Sabbath of rest for Israel. During the 35 years of service, the war shall be waged. For 6 years, the whole congregation shall wage it together, and a war of division shall be waged during the 29 remaining years. In the first year, they shall fight against Aram, and it mentions the second year, the third year, in the 8th year, in the 10th year. Why they cut that off? In the 8th year they shall fight against the sons of Elam. In the 9th year they shall fight against the sons of Ishmael and Keturah. And during the following 10 years, the war shall be divided against all the sons of Ham according to their clans and their territories. During the remaining 10 years, the war shall be divided against all the sons of Japheth according to their territories. Russia, Ukraine. Y'all. So y'all don't know this, but the other day I was reading in this book right here, and it was talking about Beth Sheehan or Beth Sean. OMG. All the hair on my body is standing up. Y'all wasn't even here for this part when y'all see all of the things is at the back of the book because I haven't read the front of it. And that name just came up in what I was reading the other day, and it stood out to me, and here it is again on this thing. Okay, well, OMG. Okay, I'm gonna find that in a minute. I'm looking for something specific. Give me a second. This is wild. There we go. Solomon's Temple, pages 86 and 87. Why is this raised? Interesting. Hold on. Y'all, give me. Oh, Jesus. Seriously? Y'all want to know how they done been playing in our face this whole time? I'm looking at the Temple Institute. Tell me what you see right here. This is Solomon's Temple now. See it? They told us they don't know where Solomon's Temple was for real. Ain't that what they've been trying to tell us, that they've been looking for it? We just read that they knew exactly where it was in 1980. And y'all look, this is the Temple Institute. Can you tell me what you see right there? And we just read about how all of the world powers find the ancient sites and build something right next to it. Rika! Because they wanted Solomon's stuff because he's the magic man. They lied to us and told us they didn't know where it is. Whole time it was 52 meters north, which is exactly where they put the Temple Mount. And of course they gonna have to excavate in order to build, baby, because they was looking for. And it was 40 years ago when they knew exactly where it was. Ancient aliens tell y'all they still looking for it. I saw the East Golden Gate lines up with the Dome of the Spirits, not the Dome of the Rock. Interesting. Interesting. Mm. Mm. You said I saw the East Golden Gate line up with the Dome of the Spirits, not the Dome of the Rock. Interesting. Do y'all know? Is anybody else's hair standing up, or is it just me? Do I need to get my blanket? Let me turn the heat on a little bit. You said at this point, what haven't they lied about? Are y'all amazed, or is it just me? Cause I didn't get to go through these books. I told you. You said like how leprechauns will have you looking in the wrong spot on purpose for the gold, and they know exactly where it is the whole time. Girl, if that ain't girl, baby. Hello. So in 1980, they knew exactly where it was. They've been having people worried about fighting over the Dome of the Rock and that plateau, and they already built the temple 160 feet where Solomon's temple was at, but they call it the Temple Museum, the Temple Institute. And it has all the go look at the pictures of what's on the inside of the Temple Institute. Go look it up. Go look and see what's in there. And we just did the study on you. We also know that at the end of Solomon's life, he was worshiping devils and sacrificing to devils. And all of this, y'all, we already know that there should be no more sacrifices, and they probably sacrificed somewhere around that Temple Mount. I mean, around the Temple Institute. They had armed guard. I wonder if them cows was held at the Temple Institute. Baby, listen here. baby, they be playing in our face. It says the red heifers imported to Israel are primarily held in an archaeological, ancient, and educational visitor center in ancient Shiloh, located in the West Bank. So there's another institution dedicated to learning that was built, and this is where they held the cows. Shiloh Visitor Center. 5 red heifers, originally imported from a ranch in Texas, have been carefully sheltered and raised here under strict rabbinical supervision. The site was chosen because it historically housed the biblical tabernacle for nearly 400 years. Nigga, where is my. Are you awake? And can you hear me? Every single thing has been strategic and not random. They told you they were looking for these places so that way when they built the institutions and the places, they were really temples, they're really temples, and this is where the old stuff was. That's why God had me go to, oh, what in the freaking world? He, y'all. What the heck? Mm. It said that the last 6 years of the 47-year period, right? Or no, excuse me, the last 10 years would be the kings of the north kicking off the war. Who are the kings of the north? Let's see who the kings of the north are. The kings of the north are Russia and Ukraine and Poland and Belarus and Sweden and Norway and Denmark and Germany. Interesting. Asia, the kings of the north. Can you tell me what's going on right now? Who kicked off this war season that we in right now? Back in about 20 and 26. I mean 20 and 20. And then again in 20 and 21. Who kicked off this last war stuff? Who did it? Was it a king of the north? Was it? Okay. During the remaining 10 years, the war shall be divided against all the sons of Japheth according to their territories. Who are the sons of Japheth? Please tell me what countries are attributed to Japheth. I'm listening. China is attributed to them. Who else? Asia. Who else? And Russia is a part of Asia. Is it not? Europe is attributed to Japheth. And the European countries is who kicked off what's going on right now, Europe and Asia. Hello? And we always think Asia and we think China. No, Russia is Asian as well. In the last decade, it would be the sons of Japheth that would kick off and they would be going against each other. Is DT a king of the north? Asia Minor sure is. Okay. Is DT a king of the north? A son of Japheth? And he's on the side. Are y'all seeing this? No wonder they didn't want us reading this, like, and studying the war scroll. No wonder they hid it. Because then everything that's been going on with Ukraine and all of that, all of it would make more sense. And if they already knew where Solomon's temple was because they built the Temple Institute right there, which makes perfect freaking sense. The study of Solomon's temple, so we're going to build it on the specific site. And then they tell us, oh, we're arguing about the Temple Mount. And whole time it's 160 feet north, which is exactly where they put the museum. And we know what goes on in there. It literally told us this magical stuff, and we already know that Solomon had magical carpets and everything. Did we or do we not know that? There was also the gematria, or however you say it, the 72 demons that he trapped in vases and other things that were buried along with his temple. Even though it got ransacked and torn down, we already know, as wise as that man is, there were some things that was hidden in there. Yes or no? Hello. They didn't put it there for no reason. They didn't hide this information away from the masses and try to make us believe that they didn't know where none of this stuff was, or that it might be here, or that it might be there. The whole time they've already built buildings right where this stuff was at. Even down to where they kept the cows was another temple. Hello, for 400 years. Come on now. And that's where you sacrifice that, or that's where, come on. History is literally repeating itself, but because we don't study and we don't really look into stuff too deep, we don't even know. And they have been able to deceive us this whole freaking time. You said, and that makes sense because every time something pops up in Europe, he tries to make peace. Okay. How y'all feel over there? I don't know why Revelation just keeps. It's literally like, wait a minute, wait. Stuff that didn't even make it. Didn't. It wasn't a big deal. It wasn't this or that. Now it's like, oh shoot. Listen. Huh? Now I understand why he told me to get these books. I didn't even get a chance to touch them and do what I needed to do until right now. Until today, right now. Crazy. Mm. Mm, mm. Y'all, it's said that they did that on the Mount of Olives. They sacrificed them cows on the Mount of Olives. Y'all, y'all, y'all. It said that they had a plot specifically set for that sacrifice to be on the Mount of Olives, and the Mount of Olives and the Mount of Transfiguration is the same place. The Mount of Olives, located just east of Jerusalem's old city across the Kidron Valley, is one of the most sacred locations in the Bible. It was a primary retreat for Jesus and the setting for several pivotal events in his ministry, final days, and ascension. Why would they sacrifice a cow to the Antichrist on the Mount of Transfiguration or the Mount of Olives? Why would they do that? This is Jesus's retreat. This is where, and he's the ultimate sacrifice. So there didn't need to be any more sacrifices. And then they sacrificed a cow on the same place where he was transfigured, where they got to see him in his heavenly form. And we have a supernatural leader that is coming, and they sacrificed that cow to the supernatural leader on the very place that Jesus ascended into heaven. Maybe I'm about to go eat. I'm about to go eat. I love y'all. Is y'all still here? Is everybody still here? Y'all, it's real quiet and real. I'm sorry. This is how he messed with my mind when he's showing me something and I thought I knew, and then he shows me the rest of it. This is how it goes. This is how my studies are. And it'll be one thing to another thing to another thing. Hello. And y'all wonder how I'll get 3 pages. Now, if I was by myself doing this, I would be writing all of this down. None of the spots that they chose, none of the things that they've done, it is all. Y'all, when I say you said you are so incredibly inspiring and incredibly intelligent, this process is mind blowing to say the least. Oh, and we done been all over the place and back. Hmm. Remember, Auntie sent us this. You see what's back there? Interesting. It was signs and symbols all around here. This is the Isle of Patmos. Okay, put that back. Listen, way back. Way back. All the hair on my body is standing up, y'all. I'm about to go. Because the hair on my body will not stop standing up. Like it just keeps going up and down my legs like this. Up and down my legs. Baby, my mind is blown. And I'm about to let him blow it a little bit more. You said Turk Madai. Tiras? What? You said Magog is deliberately done. Listen, how y'all feeling right now? Before we go, we've been on here 273 minutes. I'm about to go a way long time. I was supposed to be on here for like an hour or two, and it's been 4 hours. That's crazy. Or a little bit longer than that, actually. Okay. Well, y'all got some research, y'all. I'm speechless too, girl. Overwhelmed. It's real crazy, right? I don't know. And just think he's still downloading evidently because all the hair on my body is still. So I got some research I gotta do. But now y'all see how he do for me when I'm studying. This is how it pings, and then he'd be like, "Go look. Okay, wait, stay right there. Go look this up. Now go look over there. Now wait, do you see it? Do you see it? Do you see it? Now go pick that book up. Now go over there. Now go look right here. Like this is how it is, right? Right. This how it works, and this is how I got 20 books out in my room at one time. Yeah. You said good sis. I prayed the other day that he would blow our minds this week. Come on, and he just did. Did you? So your mind is blown, like mine's, because my mind is blown that they've been playing in our face like that. Sister, listen. You said the connect with the muse class is what got me, girl. Girl. And what's so crazy is you gotta pay to go in the museum. I'm sure it's not free. I bet you there's a charge, and people paid to go see Solomon at the very space. Hello. Oh. There was magical things in that temple and in that museum, and they told us it's magical stuff in there. At the very place, yeah, all the hair on my body just get. I'm about to go. I'm about to go. He just did that, girl. Listen, but I told y'all, like he'll tell me, go get this, go get that, go do this, go do that, and then he don't say nothing else, and I'm like, okay, so just sit there. Okay, well, go over here and just leave that right there. Come back over here. That stuff been sitting, and now they listening. Oh, okay, y'all ain't did that all day. Interesting. We didn't got on to something because baby, they didn't start listening real good.